Hello. All right. My tea's done steeping. I have a well steeped black tea here. Oh wait, I didn't put honey in it. I had to go get honey. This is a big issue. Oh, this is some very well steeped tea, however. I need honey. Oh, I gotta be right back right off the bat. This is peak stream already. Okay. That is some honey in my tea. That's gonna be good. Got a big glob of honey in there. All right, I just gotta stir it around real quick so it doesn't. So I don't have just like a big glob of honey in my tea. It looks super good though. This is gonna be a very good tea and cookies type of stream. While we figure out how everybody's been murdered, including Kumasawa, who had like the craziest shonen battle of my life last night. That ate up like half the stream was just like the crazy ass shonen battle. Still, I want to see. I didn't write down in my own notes, so I want to get it down so I don't forget. Um, the stakes. Like who got hit by the stakes. So let me just get that up my notes. Canon was Satan. Asmodeus was Jessica. Mammon was Shannon. Yeah, this is first. I think this is Shannon's first time dying to a stake. And then Goda was hit by Beelzebub. I think his first stake death. George was hit with Lucifer. Nanjo was hit with Belphegor. Both times again. Was he hit with Belphegor on the first night? Yeah. Again. That sucks. He got hit with the same stake twice. And Kumasawa got hit by a Leviathan. Both times, and episode 2. So 2 people got hit with the same stake twice. That's interesting. Then we had that detail about the butterfly brooch, which I didn't think was... Maybe I should be considering the brooch more just because it's here, but it wasn't really even on my radar past the fact where it was last mentioned with Canon having it. Maybe that's more important than I thought. I don't know, we'll see. Until I get any ideas around it, I'm not going to be there like, oh yeah, I was the guy who suggested the golden amulet was actually... The butterfly brooch was actually the murder weapon. But, as I see it, let's just jump in. I hope everybody has their tea and cookies ready. I know I have my tea and cookies. I'm ready to go. You got your tea and cookies? Hell yeah. I almost thought I didn't have tea for a second. I was really scared. There would have been no way to tell that the morning had come without opening a window and looking up at the cloudy sky, which had become a tiny bit brighter. It wasn't a refreshing morning. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which hadn't stopped falling since last night, and the howl of the wind. Oh, yes! Oh, I gotta turn this down. I gotta read. Fucking Kyrie finally lived! That's right, I never even considered it. She's finally alive one time. It's hard to imagine that it's morning. I can't wait to watch Kyrie fucking stand on business the whole fucking episode. Until she dies. Hey, it could be worse. My first sip of tea. I too am in this stream. I too am in this episode. Hey, it could be worse. At least it's just rain and not spears falling from the sky. Whether it's rain or spears, it's coming down with a bang. Is it already 6 a.m.? Isn't this enough? After this? At least it's just rain and not spears falling from the sky. I didn't even think about that line. Maybe it is a bunch of spears falling from the sky. I don't know. After this, we've got no measures we can take till the mystery 19th person Beatrice makes her move. Still, all the servants are dead this time. And Kinzo. Which kind of goes back to my theory that this doesn't really feel random. Like, this This feels very not random, the way this was chosen this time around. Which goes back to my theory that the Twilights, Bailey's cream milk chocolate cookies. I had some cookies from like a local store. That's what cookies I got. They're chocolate chip. They're baked in this like local store, local bakery. I got them. They were $6, so they better be really good. They smell pretty good, but I haven't opened them yet. But yeah, this goes back to my theory that the Twilights are like more connected to the actual like ending of the games. True. However, I believe we have anticipated every trick they might use against us. That's right. As long as a traitor doesn't appear among the siblings. I have tea except ferment malt and yeast instead of leaves. I was thinking about getting a beer too. I think I'm gonna have like 2 cups of tea and then I'm just going straight beer the rest of the night. Or else I'll just start bouncing off the walls. Haven't we talked about this enough? Okay, that's right. As long as the traitor doesn't appear among the siblings, we should be able to deal with most situations. Yeah, all the servants are dead, so you guys are gonna have to suspect the siblings. We've stayed up all night. I'm tired. You're right. How about taking a little rest after eating breakfast? A good plan. Staying up all night is trying at our age. I got a little fancy with it. As they all stretched, they enjoyed this unrefreshing morning as best they could. I'll go wash my face or something. I probably look horrible. What is that awful stench? Oh god, it's Kinzo's burnt body. As soon as they exited into the corridor, Kairi openly made a disgusted expression. What is it? Hey, don't you smell something awful? What is this stench? Oh god. I can't stand it. After hearing those complaints, everyone stuck their heads out into the corridor. The stench was faint, but once people started commenting on it, it was clearly noticeable. Each of them went into the corridor, relying on their own sense of smell to tell them where this strange odor was coming from. What in the world could it be? Let us have Genji deal with it. Honey, I don't think Genji's dealing with jack shit right now. He currently gave like the kiss of death to freaking Canon and Shannon, and I'm still dealing with that emotionally. I believe he should already have arrived in the servant room to begin the morning preparations. Indeed, please do. At the very least, it's difficult to imagine Goda making a breakfast that would cause such an odor. Are they going to the boiler room? Rudolph and the others searched for the source of the smell and determined that it was coming from the underground. From the boiler room, oh god. But the door was locked and they couldn't check inside. Fuck. I bet all 5 master keys are gonna be in there. the same time, when Natsui's group was on its way to search for someone in the servant room, they noticed something strange near the parlor. What is this? What a horrible prank. Who would do something like this? There she is! On the door to the parlor, drawn in a paint that looks like blood, was a strange... I'm still not over the fact that every time they mention these sigils, it's always paint that looks like blood. I think it looked like a magic circle. There's no one in the kitchen yet. What is that? Ava's group, who thought the smell might be coming from the kitchen, had returned after confirming that no one was there and that the preparations for breakfast had not yet begun. Did they check? Then they noticed the change to the parlor. It's useless. The boiler rooms are locked. Wouldn't it be bad if something went wrong with the boiler? Has anyone spotted a servant? Is one of those vulgar scribbles here, too? This shit's fucking crazy. Hold up, I gotta do something real quick. Give me like 3 seconds. Just gotta make sure I have it open on another tab. Okay, there we go. There was another one on the door to the boiler room. Is it the same one? What's that? This creepy scribble isn't just here, but it's in other places too. Haha, you don't think this is the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice's declaration of war, do you? Hideyoshi tried to make fun of it, but staring at this creepy magic circle while listening to the wind and rain really made it seem like a message from a witch. The dripping, bright red paint made one think of blood, which made it even creepier. Hideyoshi tried to open the door, but it had been locked. As a general rule, the parlor wasn't locked. That's confusing. I thought they were in the parlor. I guess they were in the dining room, actually. Yeah, they were in the dining room. Someone had gone out of their way to lock it. What does this mean? Yeah, I was right. Could it be that while we were talking in the dining hall, someone secretly left the scribble? On the doors to the parlor in the boiler room? I'm sure the servants are behind this. We were together the whole time. We all have alibis. Okay, Ava, immediately using the word alibis when nobody's dead. That's interesting. They probably received some strange order from father and pulled this prank. And there's also the case yesterday with Maria Chan's letter. It's really easy to suspect that the servants are acting on Dad's orders and planning something. Anyway, where is everyone? They can't be playing hide and seek. Let's look for them. Before that, I'm worried about the children. They are safe, right? I'll go check, and while I'm there, I'll see if there's any servants there. Then let's split up. Will you go to the guest house to see how the brats are doing? We'll investigate inside the mansion. I don't want to think about it, but maybe these creepy magic circles aren't just in places we found them already. We might be wrapped up in some bizarre game of fathers. Yep, you guys are. It's gonna be so interesting that all the parents are alive on the first day. So we'll get to see kind of how they react. Because, like, I need to see more of these two a lot. Because these two have been dying so early every game. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Battler like interacts with his parents, especially because they've been the ones who have always been dead no matter what. But now he has like Kyrie and Rudolph to kind of shoot ideas off of, so I think it's gonna be super interesting. I'll go to him and hear the situation. Though I doubt he'll obediently listen to me. The adults split up. As a result, they confirmed that the 4 children were safe in the so-called cousin's room on the 2nd floor of the guest house. They had apparently stayed up late last night playing. All of them were snoring loudly, so Rosa decided not to wake them. That's cute. Fucking Nanjo. They need to be alive so we can have 15 hours of contract negotiations and lessons about the stock market. It was 80s Japan. This was the time for that. Furthermore, Nanjo, who has headphone hair, apparently, has like a dent in his head. He's a butthead. Who had returned previously the previous night to rest was also safe. It seemed he believed in the phrase early to bed, early to rise, and had awoken refreshed. During that time, Kairi and Hideyoshi searched for the servants, but they didn't find them. The servant room in the guest house was also empty. The children are safe. They all stayed up too late last night. The servant room is empty. I looked at the shift chart and the morning shifts begin at 6 a.m. They should have started working by now. The nap room is also empty. They got a nap room? There were signs that a futon had been slept in, but it wasn't warm. Freaking forensics Kairi, I love her. Hey, isn't everyone's reasoning right on this? This is probably a game Father set up. He must have left those creepy scribbles and hid himself somewhere. Trying to make us do something. Are you saying he's trying to see who's fit to succeed his wealth as the headship? Kraus is gonna start calling himself the fucking family head again. As soon as they find out he's dead, he's gonna start calling himself the head. I guarantee it. Isn't that a bit... No. It might be strange if Father was behind something like that. After all, Father loves doing things on a big scale. Oh wait, on a big scale? There might have been a finely tuned plan starting as far back as when the epitaph was hung in the hall. In that case, I wonder if they'll give us an announcement of the game or some explanation of it. It certainly would be nice if an envelope with the crest, like the one handed to Maria-chan, were to appear. Kairi, I think you're onto something. That's right. Maybe Nissan and the rest have found something like that in the mansion. Dr. Nanjo, have you heard anything about this? My apologies, I have no idea what's going on. And yet, Terumasa Nanjo, that's his first name? I wonder what that means. And yet, yes, certainly. I could easily imagine Kinzo-san planning something on a big scale. Shouldn't we go back to the mansion for now? Maybe they found something over there. If I won't be in the way, I shall go too. What is that face? I'll stay here. The children are sleeping upstairs. We don't know what's happening. We cannot leave them alone. That's right. I'll stay with Rosa-san and watch over the place. Oh, shit. Kyrie's, like, trying to keep eyes on Rosa. Would you tell that to my husband? What if they all just turn on Nanjo just because it's easier that way? Sorry, Nanjo, you're the only one who isn't left of the family. You're a sacrificial cow. Sorry. Rosa and Kyrie remained in the guest house. Hideyoshi went with Nanjo and returned again to the mansion. Sorry, Nanjo, it's just easier to suspect you. At the same time, in the mansion, in a way that was hard to believe, or maybe we should say in a way that gave him a bad feeling, Rudolph's prediction was spot on. What the fuck? This time there's magical circles, like, everywhere. Anaki, how's Dad? It's no use. It was no use. I received no response. I tried putting my ear against the door, but I couldn't sense anyone. Oh, I know they're doing another locked room trick with Genji, because Genji has the auto lock to the door. Is the only person who has a key to the door except for Kinzo. Like, I don't even think it works with the master keys. Like, I think it's its own, like, separate system. Yeah, so they're gonna find the bodies in the boiler room, maybe, and maybe in the... No, because then why is the parlor room chained? There were no sign of any of the servants. Where in the world did they disappear to? This isn't funny. Father and the servants are hiding, and there are strange magic circles all over the mansion. What in the world is happening? They weren't only magic circles on the door to the boiler room and the door to the parlor. There were 2 on the 2nd floor, 1 on the 3rd floor, for a total of 5. They were all the same magic circle, and all of the doors had been locked, so they couldn't check inside the rooms. So what room is the... Is it on the 3rd floor? In the 2nd floor? Anyway, let's do something about the boiler room first. It'd be bad if something broke down and caught fire or exploded. So we need the key. It should be in a key box in the servant room. Well, there goes my first cup of tea. They fished through that key box. Because of each of the servants carried their master keys around, those keys weren't kept there. However, all the individual keys should have been there. Oh, you're dipping your cookies in the tea? That's great. I can't believe they managed to fit so many keys in there. It isn't here. No matter how much we look, the key to the boiler room isn't here. Barbarian. Look, Aniki. Only the keys to the rooms with those magic circles drawn on them are totally missing. It's true. How bothersome. It's as though someone didn't want us to go into the rooms with the magic circles. No, they didn't want... They went to all the trouble of making those magic circles obvious. So maybe they wanted us to enter. I think it's the latter. This isn't a movie, so breaking down the door is probably impossible. Smashing a window might do the trick, though. It's very possible to break down the door, actually. I just don't know how much effort you want to put into doing it, Rudolph. For a while, Kraus pondered over whether this situation really called for smashing a window. You could just, like, try to look into the bottom floor parlor window and see what's going in there. Or you could try to get into the boiler room from the courtyard of the mansion. At that time, Hideyoshi and Nanjo returned. There was nothing strange in the guest house, and the children were safe. They told the others that Rosa and Kairi had stayed to watch over the place. Good morning. I have heard that something strange has happened. Good morning, Dr. Nanjo. I apologize for waking you so early in the morning. What is it? Did you find a letter or something? I was sure you'd found it somewhere like that by now. You're right. I also believe this is a massive joke or game of fathers. But if that's the case, there should be some letter telling us about it. Like the letter that was given to Maria-chan. What if the Maria-chan's letter was actually the announcement telling us that the game was on? The rules of the game, try solving the riddle of the epitaph, have already been made clear. Then what might the 5 magic circles we found in the mansion represent? And the missing servants? Natsui Nei-san. How many servants were there today in total? Huh? Genji, Goda. 5 of them, but why? So there are 5 servants. There are also 5 magic circles. It's probably a coincidence, but I don't like it. Nissan, let's break a window. Smash a fucking door down. We should check and see what's inside. So I wonder if there's going to be like a different servant in every room then. We have no choice. Do it neatly. Kraus made his decision and gave permission to smash a... And he decided that the first room they would break into should be the parlor on the first floor, where the windows would be easiest to reach. They hoped to peek in through the window, but the curtains were down, so they couldn't see inside. Shit, that sucks. Rudolph wandered around the garden, trying to find something that would be good for smashing the window. Eventually, he found a rock bigger than a fist and came back. You don't have to smash the whole thing. Just enough so you can reach the lock. Don't get your hopes up, okay? Rudolph raised the rock and hit the glass several times. Eventually, he succeeded in opening a hole big enough that he could unlock it from the outside. Covering his hand with a handkerchief, he stuck his hand in through that hole and cautiously unlocked it. We should probably cover it up with packing tape later. The rain will get blown in. When he suddenly opened the window, the wind and the rain made the curtain dance around violently. The curtain was blown to the side. They could see into the parlor they knew well. They were a little relieved. They thought there might be another bizarre magic circle inside the room, or possibly the traces of some creepy ceremony. I don't like this. I'm getting a little spooked. In any event, they didn't want to hang out around in the rain. So the 6 of them, Kraus, Natsui, Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Nanjo, entered the parlor as a group. It seems that nothing in particular has changed. What's wrong, Shannon? Wait, are you okay? What happened to you? Blood. Blood! Dr. Nanjo, take a look at this. Hey, Shannon-chan, are you okay? Answer me. You mustn't shake her. I will examine her condition now. She had been in the shadow of the sofa. I hadn't noticed until she entered the room. I hate that Shannon's already dead. Shannon was lying on the floor, her chest stained bright red with blood. Hey, Battler, where are you? Look, Shannon's corpse is turned up, see? I won't bully you anymore, so come out. Hmm? Oh, there you are. What are you doing clutching at your head in a place like that? Battler was crouching under the table, holding his head. His pitiful figure made it plainly clear that he didn't want to see anything, didn't want to hear anything. Had he heard Beatrice's sneering voice? Could he not hear, or was he pretending that he couldn't hear? I love this track so much. In any event, it was clear that he'd closed up his heart like a shell. Perhaps you tormented him too much, milady. After showing him all that and demanding a counter-argument, I can understand why he'd want to mope around. Hey, Battler. If you can't argue back, then resign, okay? It's your turn. If you don't make some move or pass, or else give up, we won't get anywhere. Huh? What's that? I can't hear you. I said be quiet! Ah, shut up! Shut up! A witch? Magic? Why don't you just do whatever you want? I don't believe any of it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Don't talk to me. Don't show me anything. Disappear. Disappear. Just disappear. Don't get that annoying face near me. Beatrice winced reflexively at Battler's sudden rage. Even if you say that. If you don't finish your turn, then my turn will come. In fact, I'm the one asking you to stop boring me. Who cares? Be quiet. Shut up. I'm just laughing at Battler, but I wouldn't want to be stuck in an endless loop where my family gets killed over and over. Yeah. Who cares about your game? I won't go along with it. If your turn won't come until mine's finished, then just wait for all eternity. I don't know. I don't get it. I won't accept witches or magic. I won't accept something that screwed up. Ugh. I said don't talk to me. Who's that? That was like Shannon's shield. I don't know what's what anymore. After being shown something that screwed up, how could I resist? I wandered aimlessly through the rose garden. It was raining and windy, but that didn't mean my body got wet. There was just a feeling of isolation as I wandered amidst the wind and rain without an umbrella. Weird shield. Maybe I lost in that person's game a long time ago. Actually, didn't we have a clear winner and loser in the last game? After all, I surrendered for a time. That's why the world was tinted with witches and magic. Right now, Rokenjima's a different world, where witches stride around openly and fire off strange spells. Isn't it a matter of accepting it or denying it? It isn't a matter of accepting it or denying it. I don't know, Battler. If I saw a cool witch battle in front of me, I would think it's badass. Maybe I mistakenly assumed that I was playing a game on an even footing with Beato. Maybe I was already defeated in the last game, and this is just the signing ceremony of my surrender. You're just built different. Yeah, I want to watch magic shit. A minute ago, a terrible battle unfolded in this rose garden. I saw it with my own eyes. I kicked the ground. Obviously, the ground was hard, and water from a puddle splashed. Several towers had split this ground, sprouting like high-rise buildings. The more I kicked the ground, the more it felt like that couldn't possibly have happened. Hold up, it's cookie time. I need a cookie, like right the fuck now. What if I bought... Okay, these aren't chocolate cookies. I was gonna get ready for the actual cope I would have to do if I bought oatmeal raisin cookies instead, and that would be like my struggle. Give me like 30 seconds to eat this cookie. It's actually really fucking good. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, this was a good choice. If it was a closed room with a key shut up inside, I know it was probably an extension of stuff you often see in detective novels. But that big flashy thing? Damn it. I don't know, Battler. Drugs are pretty crazy. It seems my disciple has caused you much trouble. Huh? It's you. Someone subtly spoke to me, so I turned around and rose in the garden arbor. And in the rose garden arbor was the predecessor Beatrice, whom Beatrice had supposedly defeated a short while ago. I was sure you died. So you survived. No, I did die. I got chocolate chip cookies. Now I'm nothing more than a defeated chess piece loitering outside the chessboard. You're Beato's teacher, right? Hell yeah, Kakat, you got the chocolate chip ones too. You're a witch too. Yes, that is correct. So basically, that means witches really do exist? And the only one who can defeat her isn't me. That'd be you, since you can use awesome magic, right? I'm just useless now. There's nothing I can do anymore. Oh my. Have you surrendered completely? What do you mean surrender? How am I supposed to explain that? Towers sprouting and falling? Huge giants holding shields and throwing spears? Just remembering it makes me feel like I'm going insane. We're way past the point of trying to reason this all out, aren't we? We've left the level of tricks and things that can be explained with human culprits. Ah, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Calm yourself. I am nothing more than a cheap piece on that child's game board. After being removed from the board, I am no longer being capable. I am no longer a being capable of doing anything. But you are that child's opponent. As long as you do not give up on your own, you will always have the power to strike back. Shut up. Weren't you also reciting strange spells and summoning towers and spears? What do you mean, strike back? Are you saying you'll teach me magic too, and make me take part in that massive magic battle? Please, actually. If you wish. I could teach you a bit about magic. Oh, just what I wanted. Please give me some awesome magic to smash through her chest in one blow. Don't screw with me. I hear that in Japanese magic, there's a ceremony used to pray for rain. Do you know of it? Oh, like where they throw the sandals if it lands on like one side. I wonder if that's what they're gonna talk about. A rain ceremony. That thing where you throw stuff into a fire and dance as an offering? That's not magic. They say that the fire causes an updraft, which makes rain clouds gather. It's supposed to be an accepted scientific phenomenon. Oh? I believe it to be a form of Eastern magic. But is that not the case? I believe people offered sacred fire to the heavens as well as a dance of respect, so that your treaty for rain would reach the hearts of the gods. This is such a good track. Oh my gosh. Maybe people did that long ago. Most occult things like that have a scientific explanation. Why do things burn? Isn't that because phlogiston is contained in the material? No. That's like an old scientific thing. That was like an old theory as to why things burn. No, things burn because of a chemical reaction. Lavoisier abolished the phlogiston theory. Oh god, I can't speak French, please. Why does heat transfer through objects? Isn't that because caloric is contained in the material? I'm pretty sure that was abolished by Joule. Okay, Battler freaking has a science education for no fucking reason. Heat is energy, not a substance. You have studied well. Your knowledge of thermodynamics is accurate. It's just some trivia. Phlogiston, caloric, and eventually ether and God's love. All are powerless before a scientific explanation. In the past, I was told that an apple falling from a tree was thanks to God's love so that humans would be given food. So even gravity is the love of God? Well, that's probably the remnants from the period when religion rather than science was used to explain everything. That is correct. In the past, humans called the limits of their knowledge. No, ignorance itself, magic. Like the rain ceremony we were just talking about. Cookie. Did the people of the ancient times realize there was a scientific explanation? That fire gave rise to heat to cause updrafts that summon clouds? Even without understanding these things, they at least knew the result. That probably happened a lot. That stuff called knowledge of the ancestors. Even without understanding the reason, through long experience, they knew that they'd achieve results. Phenomena whose principles they didn't understand were probably the same as magic to them. Like this person just said, ancient people who didn't understand those principles probably believed that, through the rain ceremony, their wishes would reach the heavens and make rain fall. To them, that was certainly magic. As long as they didn't understand updrafts. If you push an electrical switch, a light turns on. Children do not know the scientific principles behind why a light bulb lights up. They only know the results when they push the switch. If they obtain such a result without knowing the principles, doesn't that make it magic to them? That's pretty interesting. Well, logically, that's true. For example, I don't have a clue why the brown tubes in a TV show a picture. Still, I think it's totally normal to see things shown on a TV. Even if I don't understand the principle behind brown tubes, at least I know that if I push a switch, I can watch TV. It's exactly the same as having a rain ceremony without understanding updrafts. This whole segment's actually very important to understanding magic in Umineko. Okay. In other words, I don't know the principles. Even the TV is the same as magic. Or even magic itself, I guess. Do you know the structure of brown tubes? Have you ever taken one apart and looked inside? Nope. I think I read about it in a book or something once, but it was complicated and I didn't have a clue. I think that when electrons hit a fluorescent material, it creates luminescence or something like that. That book lied. Actually, there are small people called gremlins shut up inside the brown tubes, and they do their work with magic. Huh? Don't be stupid, there's no way that's true. How can you deny it if you've never looked inside a brown tube? Okay, I think she's basically telling us to just look a little closer then. I've never looked inside, but I can say for sure that small people like that definitely don't exist. Since there are no brown tubes here, that is impossible to prove. Yeah, it's impossible to prove right now, but later I could take apart a TV somewhere and show you, and instantly win the argument. So put it another way. My magical theory that gremlins are shut up inside the brown tube and display the picture with magic is impossible to disprove until we can verify the contents of the brown tube, correct? What the hell? Is this one of those... Are you trying to say it's a devil's proof? That's a favorite trick of you witches. A devil's proof's a bit of sophistry. One that takes advantage of the fact that negative facts are impossible to prove. However, it's different from my brown tubes metaphor. Are we gonna get a new name for this logic puzzle that I don't know? That could be resolved simply by taking apart a single television. You're right. It isn't really a devil's proof. You have proposed a scientific theory, and I have proposed a magical one. One of those is the truth. And which one it is can be ascertained the moment you look inside a brown tube. However, until the instant that happens, we cannot deny each other's theories. So even though only one truth exists, until you look into the brown tube, you can have two conflicting truths existing at the same time. You have a realm in which two truths can exist simultaneously, even though there must be only one truth in existence. What's the word I'm looking for here? There's a word I'm looking for. It's not epistemological. Is it ontology? Nope, that's metaphysics. Fuck. I'm gonna stop before I lose myself. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? Oh, it's Schrodinger's cat. If you open the box, you will learn the answer. I think this would be epistemology? Okay. You will learn the truth. However, until you open the box, you can claim that the cat is alive, and you can also claim that the cat is dead. Both claims are the correct truth, according to the people making them. And even though the two sides are in conflict, neither can win the argument as long as the box remains unopened. In the other words, two truths can exist at the same time. Oh, Hempel's raven versus Schrodinger's cat. Oh, they're gonna make a joke about a cat eating a bird. Even though there can only be one cat in the box, it is packed with a living cat and a dead cat, forming a strange and separate world. Oh, freaking Rokenjima is Schrodinger's box. Yep. This island is now a different world, where a scientific theory and a magical one could exist at the same time. To a resident of the world of science, such as yourself, at a glance, it may feel as though this island has been sucked into a world of magic. That might not be wrong, but is not accurate. Strictly speaking, it has been moved from the world of science to the gap between the world of science, between that world and the world of magic. So at a glance, it appears to you as though the world is tilted towards the magical side, but in reality, the island is now in a perfectly impartial position with relation to those two opposing worlds. Or there's actually just one world. Fuck her. Also, I'm not going to answer how I'm actually Kumasawa. I don't really get it. The gap between reality and magic? A perfectly impartial world? How's that? Hasn't pretty much everything that's happened been totally not in my favor? I studied literature, but I read philosophy for a time. Then perhaps you could think of it this way. This is a trial. Think of it as a court where you and Beatrice are laying out opposing claims. Call it a brown tube trial. Your opponent claims that there's tiny people inside brown tubes. Explaining one thing after another. Talking about the lives of these tiny people, what they look like, what type of magical power they have. And what do? Well, I study in a library and argue back by explaining how brown tubes are constructed. Isn't it kind of interesting that he asked predecessor Beatrice to teach him magic, and he's being taught logic instead? At this moment, both your claim and that child's claim exist in this court at the same time. If you find your opponent's claim convincing, it might sound like truth to you, but it might look like truth to you. That is exactly what you saw. At this moment on Rokenjima, witches and magic certainly may exist as truth, However, until the moment that cat's box is opened, that world is an uncertain wave function. The entire situation can be explained by both sides at the same time. However, there is one truth. That set of truth shrinks with observation, and countless truths are weeded out to become one truth. It is like when, in court, the judge hands down his judgment. The two truths from the prosecutor and defense's claims. We could choose to get Hegelian right now, and that would be fucking hilarious. We could choose to get Hegelian about it here and have freaking thesis, antithesis, synthesis, are reduced in the number of by the judgment and becoming are reduced in number by the judgment and become one. Please don't get Hegelian. Please don't get Hegelian. I'm not ready for it. This island right now is the world right before. To say it in your words, this island right now is the world right before looking into a brown tube, right? Therefore, the science theory and the magic theory cannot be denied. And since they cannot be denied, both can exist as truth. Therefore, both witches and magic can exist. However, at the same time, your opinion of denial also exists as truth. It is a world where two conflicting things can exist at once. And it is a world where conflicting truths cannot disprove each other. Have you managed to understand? In other words, no matter how much awesome magic Beato shows me, it's only a claim of a magical theory and doesn't disprove my position. Okay, that's actually important that they said that. So no matter what kind of magic Beato shows me in this world, it cannot become proof that magic exists. Okay, that's important, thank you. That's right. That child might even try to explain an apple falling from a tree with magic, perhaps by shaking her staff and magically plucking the apple. Maybe she's already done that. Then claiming to be the thing that made it drop down to the earth. However, that would be nothing more than another claim. None of your opponent's claims can prevent you from making yours. In that sense, this world is quite impartial to both sides. I get it. Still, by that argument, I could if I show a sound argument with my science theory, it collides head-on with her magic theory. I also can't win against her. On top of that, the final judgment won't come until we peek into the brown tube. Where is the brown tube in this world? Because it exists. There should be no reason for us to argue. I would probably go to Kuadorian. Let's go to Kuadorian this episode, guys. Why don't we just get along and peek into the brown tube? If there really is a tiny person in there, it's my complete loss. Otherwise, it's my victory. Why do we have to hold this debate without looking into the brown tube? That itself is the game you're being challenged to. Maybe instead of a court, I should use chess as an example. There, victory and loss are not determined by a judge. You who fight will decide it yourselves. Can you win an argument with an opponent in a screwed up world where multiple truths can exist at the same time? In actual fact, didn't you lose an argument and surrender like this? That is all the advice I can give you now. If you wish, I can occasionally offer you counsel. Sure. Thanks, that really helps. I'm also not going to ask you for more information about, like, who you are. Are you Kumasawa? I'm really confused about that. Could you imagine if instead of Kumasawa's body, they just find her body and they're like, what the fuck, who is this? That'd be so freaky, but it's not going to happen. It's just going to be Kumasawa. Still, maybe Goda has like a... Maybe Goda has like another thing he's about. Because right now he's the only servant that isn't cool and magical. I'll avenge you. Ho ho ho, thank you. Oh wait, I'm reading in Beatrice's voice, whoops. I look forward to it. What's your name? Beatrice used to be my name, but now I have surrendered it. I do not have a name. So I shall take a temporary name. Virgilius. Virgilius? Virgilius. Virgil. Virgil, it's fucking Virgil. From Dante's Inferno. Fuck, I wish I read Dante's Inferno. It's fucking Virgil. And Battler is Dante. No. How about Virgilia? Okay, she just took the feminine name. Virgilia. A now retired endless witch and Beatrice's teacher, she used the endless magic properly and devoted her life to the smiles and happiness of many people. She taught Beatrice the endless magic, believing that Beatrice would also devote her to the people, and retired. Though she was Beatrice's teacher, she also was a magician employed by Beatrice's family. For that reason, she interacted with Beatrice in a manner fitting for a servant. Some point to this as a source of Beatrice's arrogance and recklessness. Beatrice's family? I still think she might be in a Shiramiya. Virgilia. Like Valkyria? What? Hold up. Valkyria. Oh, Valkyria Chronicles. Nope, never played it. Sorry. Wasn't that a name for a goddess that show up in myths? No. It means the guide who leads the way to Beatrice. Yeah, in Dante's Inferno, she's in heaven, I think. I never read it. I will guide you to that child who waits at the summit of Mount Purgatory. It ought to be a fitting name for such a guide. She's right. Who would have guessed I'd accept help from a witch when I'm trying to deny witches? I see. If this is a contradictory world where different claims can exist at the same time, I guess that's cool. It's almost funny. I'm borrowing that child's words. But you truly are like a phoenix. Your will to fight has already been revived. Come, if your heart is prepared, return to your opponent. Return to the chessboard where that child is seated. I look forward to seeing how far you can fight with my disciple. Yeah, watch it. I won't listen to her babbling anymore. I'll coolly fight to the end. And definitely won't get provoked by her any longer. Then let us return to the seat of the battle. Alright, I need to get some more tea. I'll be right back. Give me like 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, there we go. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, we got... Let's see what time it is right now. It's 9:50, so 55, I'm gonna stop steeping my tea. This music is bumping. I feel like I'm playing a Sonic game right now. Awesome. Oh, Battler, where did you run off to? And I thought losers never came back for more. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've cooled my head a little. And? Did you think of a response to that pleasant, thrilling, refreshing, highly acclaimed, wonderful fantasy battle between teacher and me? Isn't that impossible to explain without fantasy? Milady, didn't you just promise to be kind and act more gracefully? I was playing Tears of the Kingdom. I'm on the boss. I have not played a Legend of Zelda game since Skyward Sword. Which is crazy to think. Actually, it's not that crazy to think about. I'm not like a huge Legend of Zelda guy at all. I've only played like 3 or 4 games. Oh no, oh no. I just got in such a good mood when I saw Battler's face, you see. Look, look, look. How are you gonna respond to that battle just now, Battler? Battle? What battle? What? In this rose garden, where do you see those spears? And towers made lying around? They aren't here, are they? In other words, it's just like the inside of a brown tube. The inside of a brown tube? Cackle, what in the world are you talking about now? At this very moment, there's nothing at all in the rose garden. Towers may have been sprouting with magic until a short while ago. However, that's only the case until we see what's inside the brown tube. That magical battle is nothing more than your interpretation, your claim. The fact that there's absolutely nothing to see here now proves it. This is how I argue back about that witch's battle right now. There's no fucking proof. Right now, there isn't anything here which proves that nothing happened. Ha 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 ha. Come now, of course I can't make a huge mess when it's only the first twilight. And I am rather fond of that rose garden, you see. You see? To prevent any damages, I had the fight occur inside a barrier. So it's only natural that it wouldn't have any influence on reality. Exactly, Beatrice. She just freaking walked herself into a corner. That's your claim? Well, I guess that works. However, at this point in time, there's nothing in the rose garden. So nothing stands in the way of my claim that there was no magic done here. Wait. Can you deny my magic with a mess like that? It is impossible to prove that magic does not exist. It's a devil's proof. At this point in time, the garden is the truth. The instant you look inside, the tiny people inside the brown tube will vanish. And there are no traces of magic here at all. That battle between you witches did not take place. What the? That counter? That power? Could it be? Have you forgotten, milady? It is the multi-layered worlds reduction technique. The power of a finite witch to counter the power of an endless witch. Only an endless witch can perceive it, and is most effective against such a witch. Schrodinger's cat box? That old hag of a witch. What an uncalled for hint. We've lost time. Including the 5 servants and grandfather, there are 6 corpses. Let me check the scene. I've been trudging along and wasting time. From now on, I'll speed things up, okay? Thank you, Battler. I'm an hour and 30 minutes in and I haven't seen the bodies yet, except for Shannon's. Take a seat, Beatrice. It's finally the first twilight, isn't it? Let's start the real thing. And I've been sipping my tea for long enough. It's time to put some cunny in it. Steeping? Yeah, steeping. I don't know. I'm not a tea guy. Show me what you've got. Umineko no Naku Koro ni, Rondo of the Rich of Reasoning. It is now 7. Forget what the adults expected. At least for us kids, these were supposed to be a fun couple of days where the cousins deepened their friendship. However, when we woke up, there was an unbelievably cruel reality waiting for us. Poor George. Aww. No. George, Aniki, and Jessica were crying over Shannon and Cannon-kun's deaths. Where's this? Oh, right now everyone who is alive had gathered in the lobby of the first floor of the guest house. And there were 12 people there. Unbelievable, right? There were 18 until yesterday. And in one night, a third of that number had lost their lives. I eventually sobered up from my agitation and, along with my lack of sleep from being woken up so early in the morning, I was beginning to feel a faint sense of unreality. I want to think that this is some kind of bad dream. My cheap escapism keeps telling me that over and over. Could you imagine if this was some time loop bullshit and not like a cool detective game? Maria had gone back to sleeping on the sofa Rosa was sitting in. Rather than her having nerves of steel, she probably genuinely hadn't had enough sleep. Rudolph has the gun? Fuck. The adults were holding items from what was apparently grandfather's collection. Short-barreled Winchester rifles. Apparently relics from a time he'd been obsessed with westerns. There are 4 guns altogether. They all have a gun? They gave Rosa a gun again? And Atsui. Wait, not Natsui. They gave Ava a gun. I really don't trust Ava. I think Ava's like maybe the most likely to be the killer out of all 4 of them. Except, that's not true. I take it back. Paper boxes filled with bullets lay on the table, and the siblings were silently loading them. It's a little scary. Even now, touching one of these. I get the feeling Dad'll yell, "Don't touch that," and hit me. Why are they all sawed off at the barrel, though? Well, isn't that great? No matter how much you touch them, you won't be hit again. I can't believe it. To think that Father would meet this kind of end. Why haven't they told us? Well, I never did expect Kinzo-san to die normally in his bed. But even so, it is too horrible. Hey. I wonder if that really was Father. I think it might be a different person's corpse, used as a substitute to trick us. No, it was Father, without a doubt. You saw his toes, right? Oh, that's right. He has 6 toes. Generally speaking, there aren't many humans with 6 toes on both feet. But that doesn't mean such people don't exist. I've heard that polydactyly isn't that rare a disease. I have camptodactyly. That's hilarious. He was a man who liked large-scale tricks, right? He might have obtained a corpse from somewhere that had the same number of toes on both feet. Ridiculous. Why would he do something like that? I'd agree if it was a normal person, but this is Father we're talking about. You can't be sure Kairi-san's talking nonsense. After all, burning a corpse makes it hard to identify. Still, there should be a few ways to examine him from his teeth and bone structure. If the police investigated, of course they'd be able to know whose body it was right away. The problem is that we need a telephone engineer more than the police right now. Was Kinzo in his room? Or was he in the boiler room? Who was in what room? Shannon was in the parlor. The boats probably won't come in this typhoon, so will they arrive tomorrow? Most likely. Golf clubs? The boat will come again at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Then, I believe we'll be able to contact the police. It's the same for us. And the culprit. Until the typhoon passes, this island will be closed off. Just from our parents' conversation, you could probably figure out the general gist, but let's explain the situation anyway. First, early that morning, in various places throughout the mansion, a total of 6 corpses, including Grandfather and all the servants, have been found one after another. First, Grandfather had been in the boiler room, completely burnt. The servants had died, each shut up in the rooms throughout the mansion that had magic circles drawn on them. The cause of death of the servants was uncertain, but according to Dr. Nanjo's diagnosis, there was a high likelihood that they had been stabbed by something like a spear, or possibly shot with a gun. That was why the adults had started arming themselves with Winchesters. There's multiple guns. So we didn't know until now, I think, that there were multiple guns. That kind of changes things. At least for how Natsui could have died on the first Twilight. On the first day. On the first episode. Blah, 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 blah. And what made the situation even more chaotic was the fact that the telephones had become unusable. If there were more guns, why didn't they arm more people? It was unknown if lighting had caused them to break down or if the culprit had broken them. Or lightning had caused them to break down the culprit. At any rate, since contact with the outside had been cut off, we couldn't reach the police. So until a typhoon passes and a boat comes tomorrow morning, we'll have to protect ourselves. After all, Rokkenjima is now isolated by the typhoon. And we've just... And just as we And we're just and just as we're stuck on the island, so is the culprit. It seemed that the adults had stayed up all night, holding the family conference in the mansion's dining hall the whole time. And yet the crime had occurred in the mansion. So right when the adults had been in uproar over money, the murderer had been killing under the same roof. So I guess they have to suspect the 19th person. They say Aunt Natsui's been strict about locking the doors and windows at the night, and yet some suspicious person had entered and left the mansion. The adults had decided that the inside of the mansion was too large to be safe, so they pulled out the guns and moved to the guest house where we had been. Which brings us to the present. George Anaki had begged to see Shannon Chan's corpse, but the adults had refused, saying that he mustn't do so until the police arrived. It wasn't just because they wanted to seal all the rooms to preserve the scene. After all, the culprit who had killed 6 people was wondering about the mansion. To the Ashiramiya family right now, the mansion should have been their home. It was now a danger zone that an unknown murderer could enter and leave at will. After all, it's a huge mansion. There are plenty of blind spots and dark places, and it's too vast to guarantee the absolute safety with this number of people. Relatively speaking, the guest house was much smaller. It had 2 above-ground stories. Something like 10 or so rooms? Apparently, it had originally been constructed to serve as a small hotel as part of the plan to turn this island into a resort. So it was easier to know what was going on everywhere inside it, and it'd be easier to keep safe. It made for a good place to hole up in. Also, it was extremely likely that this mass murder of 6 people was a game. After all, the culprit had proclaimed so in a letter. I heard that a Western-style envelope with a family crest, just like the one Maria had claimed to have been received by Beatrice yesterday, had been found in the boiler room where grandfather's corpse had been discovered. This was what the letter said. So that there will be no misunderstandings. The game I seek is for everyone to try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. Not for you to try and catch me. If you don't solve the riddle, the pitiful sacrifices will further increase in number. It would be wiser to spend your time solving the epitaph instead of searching for me. Oh, they are gonna look for it this time. If no one can solve the riddle, no one will survive. If a person appears who can miraculously solve it, I will give them all the gold in the Golden Land, the Yoshirimiya family headship, and all of my power. I was the one who succeeded the Yoshirimiya family headship after Kinzo-sama. I look forward to seeing who will succeed the headship after me, the Golden Witch Beatrice. This riddle of the epitaph was that thing. A strange epitaph written by the portrait of the witch on display in the hall of the mansion. Grandfather was the one who had it written, and the person who solved it supposedly would be given the inheritance or the hidden gold or something like that. Hold up, I want to take a look at the tips. The seldom used second floor guest room was her secret napping spot. third floor by the study. Oh, Kinzo's room's on the third floor? Okay. Cannon was in the chapel. How'd they find out he was in the chapel? A VIP room. The relatives had secretly tried to solve that riddle, despite saying on the surface that the whole idea was silly. However, up until Dead A, no one had solved it. We were once again being urged to solve that unintelligible riddle. And this time, we were faced with the threat that we'd all be killed if we didn't solve it. If that wasn't a game, what else could it be? The bold opinion that we should search the premises for the culprit did come up once. However, there was a good chance that they were armed, and there might be not just one of them. And? While they might have been able to kill more than 6 people, they had stopped at 6. The opinion that won out in the end was that we should avoid needlessly antagonizing the culprit and hole up in a safe place while we waited for the police to arrive. After the adults carefully checked that the doors and windows in the guest house were locked, they set up camp in the lobby. As they loaded their guns to distract themselves from the tension, their expressions showed that they were already fatigued from this long day, which had still barely begun. They didn't sleep. They're gonna be so fucking tired. There was nothing for me to do. Now, all I could do was be taught how to use a gun, to prepare for the off chance of something happening that led to an excess of guns. That's fine. Just obediently stay there, me and the rest of you. Dum bum ba. 6 people in the beginning again. This time it's grandfather and all the servants put together. Most likely. That child has carefully studied your moves from the last game, and has made an optimal move by taking the pieces you were most likely to suspect from the start. Yeah, I was right. It isn't random. She's choosing. The idea that it's random is fucking bullshit. That makes sense. That was true both last time and the time before that. The servants, who know everything about the mansion, who walk around with the keys, always fall into the most suspicious category of people. A good example in the last game would be Jessica's closed room. If I'd only accepted that a servant was the culprit, that wouldn't even have been a closed room. And so, that child went straight for them. It's also possible that somebody could have, like, pilfered a key off somebody and given it back to them while they weren't looking. Probably to block off a method of escape you'd likely attempt sooner or later. Beato already proclaimed in red that there was no more than 18 people on this island. In other words, it's time to give up on that. Now I've got to suspect one of the 18. That child will probably come at you by stealing the pieces for all the 18, while also making an appearance as a 19th person who shouldn't exist. For then you will be forced to accept that your opponent is a witch. After all, now that the intimidation approach has failed, trying to force you to surrender by showing you magic, the only remaining option is a frontal attack. It was annoying. It was in a snowy area and I didn't have anything for the cold. Did you win, son? Bluffing won't work anymore. Be careful. Deception is what witches are best at. No matter what your opponent says or shows you, it will not be able to threaten the truth that you believe in. Don't forget that. Sure, as if I'd fall for the same moves over and over. Come on out, Beatrice. Let's get started. God, Battler is so Sonic coded. I am already seated at the table of the contest, and my turn is already complete. To think we would have ended up having Madam as our foe. This will not be easy, milady. God, that song, that sounds so close to Evangelion's theme, it's crazy. I think it's the same freaking chords, too. Our moves will be read thoroughly. I care not. By now, teachers' moves are all old-fashioned classics. There's nothing to fear. So, just what moves can you make beyond the classics I taught you? I look forward to seeing Beatrice. Cackle, cackle, cackle. You okay with this, Battler? Can someone who denies witches really accept the witch as a strategist? Your stupid provocation is pointless. This is my advisor. No, my second. That doesn't change one bit. That this is a fist fight between you and me. I understand. One as wobbly as yourself probably needs training wheels on his bicycle. Do as you like. Come, let us begin. It's your turn. I hope Battler gets a little win here. He kind of deserves it. Let's begin with the reconstruction of the crime scene. Virgilia, quickly, please. The first corpse discovered was Shannon's. She was found in the parlor on the first floor of the mansion. The door and the windows were locked, and a closed room was established. I don't know what voice I should give her. I don't know if I should give her the same voice as Kumasawa. Let's reconfirm the definition of a closed room. Indeed, the term closed room refers to a room where the inside and outside are completely cut off from each other. Naturally, it will be impossible to even affect things across that boundary line, much less enter or escape across it. This includes the all-inclusive denial of existence of hidden doors, as well as the possibility of intervention from the outside. Henceforth, this shall be referred to as Beatrice's closed room definition. Oh, we're getting legal with it. Hold up, I'm gonna write that down. My bad. I can't write it down. Can I get a screen grab of it? Yeah, that's what I'll do instead. Hold up, this is just for my notes. We take good notes here. And just for good notes. Beatrice's definition of a closed room, period. Let's focus in a bit. How do you define all possibility of intervention from the outside? I refer to all types of direct intervention from the outside, such as a fishing line or a long, thin rod. Okay, let me write that down. Intervention on the outside. It's only played once? This game is a freaking huge score. Intervention from the outside, but not intervention from the inside. Hidden doors are out of the question. She denied hidden cubbies once. At least with the servant trick. I wonder about that. Even if there wasn't a gap, you should be able to interfere with the radio waves, like a remote control, right? Very well. I'll add to this definition that interference due to radio waves and related methods of remote control shall be impossible. There's also an extension telephone in the parlor. The device connected to that wouldn't count as a remote control, right? The phones are already unusable, are they not? Ah, whatever. I'll include that too. I guess one of my big questions, I guess that was coming out of episode 2, and now I'm kind of reaching it again, is like, were all the closed rooms created with the same method, or were they created with different methods each time? All direct and indirect methods of interfering with the inside of the closed room from the outside of the room are impossible. But she's not saying that all methods of interfering with the outside of the closed room are She's not saying the counterfactual. She needs to say the counterfactual. What about a voice or a knock? Those should be able to interfere from the outside without someone entering the room, right? Even though it's a closed room, it probably isn't impossible for someone to knock or call out. The closed room definition does not cover whether transmission of intent across the boundary is possible or not. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. Can't make it so your definition includes the blockage of all methods of communication from the outside. That is indeed the case. Understood. So Shannon Chan's parlor satisfies Beatrice's closed room definition, right? Correct. Closed room definition. Understood. Continue, Virgilia. Yes. Shannon's corpse was in possession of one master key. The relatives who discovered her collected this. Beato, repeat it. How many master keys this time? The same as last time. There are 5 keys, 1 for each servant. Which means this still isn't a closed room. There's still 4 master keys left. It just means that after Shannon-chan was murdered, one of the other 4 keys locked it. That's true. They could have only needed to do 1 lock. They could have just kept 1 door open until they were done murdering everybody and then just create 1 closed room. But the question is, who created the... Like, what was the order of the murders then? Correct. And it wasn't only a master key that was found. Yes. Alongside the corpse, there was a Western envelope with the family crest. Wait, what? It wasn't only a master key that was found. So they found one by Shannon and one by Kinzo? I'm confused. Oh, wait, I just didn't read enough. Instead of a letter, the key to the guest room on the 2nd floor was inside it. Oh, who was in the guest room? I think it was Goda. No, he's in the room next to the study. Genji. VIP room. The key to a 2nd floor guest room. The only other key other than the master key that can open the door to that 2nd floor guest room. Is that definition correct? Indeed, there is no problem. And unlike the master keys, only one of those exists. In other words, apart from the 5 master keys, there will be only 1 key that can unlock certain rooms. Except for the windows, right? In other words, I still don't know if the windows have their own key system or it's tied to the room. Not that that matters. They've talked about before about like the windows not being able to open from the outside or be locked. At least I don't think they did. No, I think I saw something that she never really talked about there being no method to... I don't remember. I had to look at my notes again. We'll see. So the adults moved to the 2nd floor guest room, right? Yes. The door to the 2nd floor guest room was locked, and a magic circle was drawn on it. The relatives unlocked it with the key they had found near Shannon's corpse. Inside, Kumasawa's corpse is discovered. Okay. It was a closed room. One that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition. Kumasawa was in possession of 1 master key. The relatives collected this. And like Shannon's case, there was a Western envelope discovered alongside her. Inside the key to the 3rd room waiting room. The relatives moved to the 3rd floor waiting room. So there was a magic circle in the door to the 3rd floor waiting room, and that door was locked. Yes. Inside the room, Goda's corpse was discovered. The room was a closed room, one that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition. Goda was in possession of 1 master key. The relatives collected this. And like up until now, a Western envelope with the family seal was discovered, inside which was the key to the second floor VIP room. The relatives moved to the second floor VIP room. That is my last cup of tea done. What's going on here? What are you planning? There's no need to glare, is there? It may be a closed room, but there are still multiple master keys that can open it, correct? And besides the master keys, I've even given you keys specific to each room. Hold up. I'm gonna get the order right. Make sure I get it down. Murder discovery order. Shannon, Kumasawa, Goda, Genji. I don't like where this is going, but I'm starting to see how it'll turn out. So it continues like this for all 6 people? Yes, that is correct. Inside the second floor VIP room, Genji's corpse was discovered. 1 master key was collected. The key to the underground boiler room was discovered. Okay, Kinzo cannon. Kumasawa's in the second floor guest room. Goda was in... Where'd they say Goda was? Third floor waiting room. Genji was in Beatrice's VIP room. Kinzo was in the boiler. And Cannon was in the chapel. I wonder what's going to be in Cannon's room. In Cannon's chapel, then. Are the Steelers losing? What the fuck? Hold up, sorry, one of my friends messaged me. We're losing to the Bengals? No way. Sorry, just some football shit. Alright, I'm gonna see what they say about Cannon. I think it's interesting that they discovered the rooms in the... It seems like they discovered the rooms in the order the killer wanted them to find them in. Inside the underground boiler room, Kinzo's corpse was discovered. The key to the chapel was discovered, which we already knew there was only one chapel key. They moved to the chapel. I'm not letting Cincy have a win like that. Cincinnati does not deserve to beat the Steelers. Not in any book. I'm not watching it right now. I do not want to watch football on a Thursday night. I want to watch football on a Saturday, Sunday afternoon. I don't want to watch football on Thursday nights. At all. I need to be like grilling. I need a cold beer. That is like good football to me. Inside the chapel, Cannon's corpse was discovered. 1 master key was collected. The key to the first floor parlor. Oh, okay, so it didn't matter the order. Okay, so it didn't matter which way they discovered the bodies. They would have just looped around eventually. With this, our reconstruction of how all 6 corpses were discovered is complete. An addendum. Along with the key to the chapel, a letter was enclosed in a western envelope found near Kinzo's corpse. The contents of the letter were as you saw. Further urged the relatives to solve the riddle of the epitaph. Do you have this as a tip now? Yes. So I'm going to assume the first letter they always have Maria read at the start of the game every time. I'm guessing that's just the same letter from episode 1. That seems like a safe assumption to me. In that case, what's going on? Where Cannon was. In that case, what's going on? The last place where Cannon was had the key to the very first room, the parlor where Shannon was. It doesn't matter which... That makes 6 closed rooms all tied together. I still don't... I'm not really convinced right now that the... I think it's really... Essentially, I think it's only 1 closed room. I think Battler's not looking at it right. I don't think it's 6 closed rooms. I think it's 1 closed room, and then they just did all the other tricks that way. That is correct. The 6 closed rooms are all tied together. It makes it 1 room to me. The keys to unlock each one are shut up inside the next room. In other words, the 6 closed rooms form 1 massive closed room. And all the master keys, as well as the individual keys, are shut up inside it. Furthermore, all the doors and windows on the 6 rooms are normal. No devices exist which can lock them without a key, such as an auto lock. Hold up, I'm taking a screenshot of that. Today is like a night where I take notes, I guess. Whoops. Oh, no, that's definitely not it. Nope. Oh, there we go. Why is my screenshot not working? Fuck. Oh my god, it's... Oh! Okay, there we go. Whatever, I have it as red... I can just look at the red text anyways. Cackle, cackle, what do you think? It's beautiful, isn't it? Once again, milady, it is not dignified. That is not dignified. When Ronave rebuked her, Beato stuck her tongue at him without showing any signs of shame. Sorry, sorry. Playing with Battler just puts me in such a good mood. Cackles, so Battler, what do you think of my moves? If you can't think of anything in particular, I wouldn't mind showing you how I made the goats carry their corpses. and seal all the rooms with magic, okay? Do what you want. I'll listen respectfully to this magic theory that you claim is true. However, I can claim my human theory, even though it's completely different from yours, without any interference from your claim. In other words, there's no need for me to pay attention to your bullshit. I'm so proud of him. He's grown so much. Go ahead and show me how you can lock the door with your multicolored magic simply by waving your magic staff. Just like those guys with their toad oil and all-purpose kitchen knives. Virgilia, let's reconstruct the crime scene. Search for a weakness. Were they all definitely dead? If one of them is just playing dead, this isn't a closed room at all. Nanjo confirmed that all of them were dead. Unless you want to suspect Nanjo. However, due to the devil's proof, it's impossible to deny the possibility of a wrong diagnosis. In other words, that child cannot make the likelihood that Nanjo overlooked them being alive equal to 0. Here it is, that devil's proof. But there exists a sword that can carve that up. What's up with them? Looks like they're having a good time, leaving me out of the discussion. I'm his opponent, am I not? Doesn't he have any time to spare from me? Fundamentally speaking, communication with one's opponent is not necessarily to the act of competing in chess. Every time you've communicated with him outside of making your moves, you've used that opportunity to confuse him. Perhaps this is the result of him not wanting to be led astray. For some reason, I don't like it. You are challenging him to a chess match, are you not? It's true, but... Beatrice puffed out her cheeks, as though to say, I don't know why, but I don't like it. Oh, she's cute. Why is Beatrice just being cute and, like, sticking her tongue out and, like... Because the police have not yet arrived at the crime scene, the human side ability to inspect the scene is limited. For a strict confirmation of death, I recommend that you have the child repeat it in red. Can they just try to solve it forensically? Can they look for, like, signs of struggle, bullet holes? Because if I wanted to investigate this logically, I'm, not logically, forensically, I'm not just satisfied with the rooms and the keys. I want to look at the bodies more. I want to, like... basically everything except, like, scientifically test them. Or they'll find a bullet hole in his neck, like in Disco Elysium. The killer is actually a communist sniper on another island who's fighting class war. That's the actual culprit. It's a communist sniper on an island. Okay, that's where I'll strike. Repeat it. The 6 victims were all dead. Milady, he has told you to repeat something in red, has he not? Hey, enough lazing around. Do you refuse to repeat it? This is where our battle starts. What? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry, that's fine, I'll answer. Shing! Wait, what's my new theory? Hold up, what did I just say? Oh, I guess looking at the forensics of it. These 6 are all dead. Kinzo, Genji, Shannon, Cannon, Goda, and Kumasawa. Dementia. Oh, communist sniper theory. Oh my gosh. I'm so bad. Absolutely dementiatic. I haven't even had anything. I've just had tea, and I can't remember what I'm saying. Why are you so out of it? Okay. So I've already got one out of you. We'll start by denying that classic trick where the victims are playing dead. Cackle. I won't go easy on you anymore. Come at me how you like. I'll slice them slantwise, one after another. Then repeat this. No one is hiding in any of the 6 rooms. Let's see you deny the existence of people we aren't aware of. I'll answer. There's no one hiding in the 6 rooms. I don't know why I'm writing them down, I can just look at it. Okay. Now I'm sure it's only the 6 of them in the can. And they say they aren't pretending to be dead. What will you do? What will you do? Sorry. As if a human could manage anything by now. As if a human could manage anything by now. Obediently kneel to the fact that I can control locks at will with my wonderful magic, okay? Quit babbling. Repeat this too. The 6 deaths were instant deaths. Instant deaths? Oh, what do you mean by that? It means that there's a possibility that... There's a possibility that a single victim on the verge of death managed to escape into the room? And after locking it from the inside, created a closed room and they passed away? Ooh, that's good thinking. I never even considered that. I never considered that at all in episode 2. A classic closed room murder trick, one requiring that the victim receives a fatal wound and then die later. It is possible for a closed room to be constructed unexpectedly if the victim holes up inside the room to escape the murderer, and then dies after locking the door. In order to deny that possibility, you'll need to proclaim that the 6 died instantly with the red truth. Cackle, cackle. Very well, I'll slay you with my red treasured sword. The 6 died instantly. By died instantly, I mean the targets instantly became incapable of action after being attacked. So they were shot. Well, it might have still taken them several seconds or minutes to die in the complete sense of the word, but regardless, it was completely impossible for them to take any actions of their own will. In that sense, I can confirm that they suffered instant deaths. Up until this point, I've been just checking for the classic tricks. Now, when's our showdown over the closed room really starts? Now's when our showdown over the closed room really starts, okay? If the culprit isn't on the inside, they're on the outside. So they somehow killed from outside the rooms. Cackle, cackle. Have you lost your mind? After all, a closed room equals murder is impossible from the outside, yes? What's the count? That's why only a magical murder would be possible. No, that's wrong. The right approach is a murder really happened equals it isn't a closed room. No matter how much you try to trick me, this definitely isn't a closed room. It's a sham that only looks like one. However, Battler-sama, only the victims are inside the rooms. And no other people exist inside the rooms. In Milady's closed room, and by Milady's closed room definition, remote murders from outside the room have been clearly denied. Have they not? Wait, the definition of remote murders is pretty broad, right? It's not just about pulling a fishing line from outside the room. It's strangling the victim from inside the room. For example, a trap would make an excellent remote murder. A trap? Oh, what might that be? Just an example, let's say they were instructed to enter the rooms that someone had picked out beforehand and lock the doors from the inside to create the closed rooms themselves. Yeah. A trap was set up in those rooms that they didn't know about, and that's what killed them. How's that? That doesn't contradict anything. There are no problems. It corresponds to the existing state. There are no problems on our side either. It does not conflict with Milady's closed room definition. What's with that stupid reasoning? Nothing suspicious was found in any of the rooms, right? And what form did that trap have? Maybe they were poisoned before they walked in there. No, but they had those bullet wounds. Where was it hidden and how did it operate? Explain that for all 6 of them in the parlor, the guest room, the waiting room, the VIP room, the boiler room, and the chapel. Well, you can't, can you? I refuse to counter that. There's no need for me to explain, and failing to do so doesn't damage my claim. What did you say? Beatrice, it's a devil's proof. The fact that he cannot explain the nature of the trap does not in itself deny the existence of such a trap. Well done. While overbearing, a wonderful move. This guy's getting completely used to this. Check. Due to the murder trap X that we couldn't find, it'd be possible to establish this closed room murder. I'll kill that check with the red truth. Shing. The 6 were not killed by traps. And the definition of a trap? Oh. That's it. Something that activates when a victim triggers it on their own. That's... Oh, and that's not all. It also includes things activated by remote control or by a timer. Okay, I'm glad she made that a little addendum. Everything of that sort. So it refers to all arrangements that can carry out a murder without the direct participation of the one who planned it out. Perhaps we might sum it up that way. How's that? I've struck back. As if I'd let a human crush this closed room. We still haven't ruled out, like, poison. Not that I think it's really important to, but... poison that makes a bullet appear in your head. A bullet hole appear in you. You're looking pretty frantic to win, too. What? What do you mean? You're frantically fighting to make me accept your existence. Until now, I thought I was just being toyed around with by you, one-sidedly. That's not actually true. You're also frantically resisting my counters, fighting to show that you exist. Now, I finally feel that it's true. This isn't torture inflicted on me over whether I'll surrender or not. This is a fight between you and me on even footing. Okay, now it's starting to get interesting, isn't it? All 6 died in closed rooms and no outsiders were inside. And there was no meddling from the outside and also no traps. Up until now, I'll probably start suspecting that this had to be a work of magic. And if you decided to show off some bizarre magic and at this moment, I might even have surrendered. It's that favorite strategy of yours. You intercept all my moves, and in the moment I've exhausted all options and fallen to my knees, when my heart's barriers are at their weakest, you show off some strange magic in the game and take the game all at once. That short temper is something this child has always had, along with a bad habit of rushing things when victory is in sight. After all, Milady cannot stand putting off a match. Hey, shut up, shut up. It's Battler-kun's turn, right? Oh my god, the Steelers are actually gonna fucking lose to the Bengals. There's no fucking way. 26-30? 24-30. Pittsburgh... Wait, who has the ball? It doesn't say. Why not? I finished off that trap piece you advanced. What should I repeat next? Show me what you've got. Right. Now that even traps have been defeated, this looks like a perfect closed room murder at a glance. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. Yes, Battler, spin that shit. Here he comes, that special technique of yours. How exactly are you gonna spin what around? Try showing me. Yeah, I'll show you. I don't need to think of how 6 people be killed inside closed rooms from the outside. It's useless. It's useless. It's all useless. That's right. The question isn't how you can kill from the outside the rooms. The point is how they died inside the rooms, making them closed rooms. That's why I said the forensics are really important. That's it. This is the answer. If you assume that one of the 6 victims was the culprit, this closed room could be explained extremely easily. What? What? I'm agreeing with Beatrice. I have no clue what he's gonna fucking say here. Because I thought he didn't want to suspect one of the 18. Ridiculous. I believe I clearly said in red that the 6 of them were dead. Yeah, but you didn't say that. Oh, is she saying that he thinks Kinzo did it and then just killed himself casually by sticking himself in the furnace? Because that would make sense. She said Kinzo was dead, though. Oh, there were 6 deaths. 5 are victims who got killed. But if you assume that the other person committed suicide, you can destroy this closed room. Certainly. if the culprit locked themselves in the final closed room and threw away their own life, this closed chain would be established. Suicide of a culprit. Normally, it would be an unthinkable move, but the argument that the unthinkable cannot exist, cannot be used, and has no responsibility to demonstrate a motive. And he has no responsibility to demonstrate a motive. Yeah, Kinzo was crazy and he just killed all his servants and then shoved himself in a furnace because it would be funny. A truly powerful move, which can only be used in a chess match against a witch. Well, one cannot be certain that there was no motive. For example, it has been announced that Kinzo only had a short time left to live. Perhaps he did not regret losing his short remaining life and used his own death to send a message. It might be possible to attach such a motive. Milady, it is our turn. Indeed, to think you trampled even the dignity of the dead to create a culprit. What a heartless, cold-blooded man. I'll set up the dead as the culprit. This is worse than inhuman move, is one you used to attack Cannon-kun in the last game. This is worse than inhuman move? Okay, whatever. Even though the games are different, I'm taking a shot back at you with this move as a tribute to Cannon-kun for that first time. Just now, I freed Cannon-kun from his regrets. Gah. You have no responsibility to hold back here. You should try to confirm that suicide wasn't the cause of any of their deaths. I recommend that you have that child repeat it in red. Right, but suicide's a naive word that won't corner her. Beato, this'll stop you. Repeat it. The 6 deaths were all homicides. That is painful. What's wrong? All 6 of them were killed, right? I'm just confirming the simple premise we've had from the very beginning, right? Can you repeat it? I refuse to repeat it. There's no reason in particular. You realize that refusing to repeat this part is the same as resigning, right? Checkmate! One of the 6 was the culprit, and they planned to commit suicide after constructing the closed room. And it was probably Kinzo. Whoops. That's all. Wait. No, I'll say it. I'll use the red like you want. None of the 6 committed suicide. That's not what she wanted. That's not good enough, Beatrice. You didn't say that all the 6 were homicides. You said none of them were suicides. Could somebody have just died on accident? How's that? Are you satisfied? Kumasawa just had a heart attack and died. She killed everybody and had a heart attack. I've struck back. I've struck back. What the hell? So you can say it. But that's strange. Why are you so panicky? It's your imagination. This time, I'm even feeling the pressure. Even I'm feeling the pressure. That's right. I don't have any leeway. Pay it no mind. The line you asked that child to repeat has been altered. Do not be fooled. Gah! Fukukuku. It seems not to have worked, milady. That's right. She didn't say the 6 deaths were all homicides. She changed it from none of the 6 committed suicide, which means one of them wasn't killed by someone else. and didn't commit suicide. Somebody died. Ah! I've got it. I've got it. Kizo's the only one whose death is different than the other 5. This is the truth. Culprit X, who was hiding among the 6, murdered the other 5 and then set up a closed room. After that, they planned to escape or hide in that room by some method. However, they got in an accident, like being stuck in a furnace. The culprit died from an accident that even they hadn't expected, setting up a closed room murder that they hadn't desired. Kienzo's like, I'm gonna take a nap in this furnace that's accidentally on. Now it's over, Beatrice. Checkmate. Damn it. Did you think I'd be cornered by something like that? I'd never announce my resignation over something like that. I'll slice up that foolish checkmate with my red treasure's sword over and over again. None of the 6 died in accidental... Muga? My apologies. We request some time to strategize. Please allow us a brief postponement on this matter. It's a fair request. Perhaps you should accept it. Sure, take a break. I've been given a lot of those recently. I'm gonna write down Battler's theory. There we go. Thank you very much. Come, milady, this way. Let us quietly count to 100 inside our heads. Does she have like a cookie in her mouth? Or no, is he covering her mouth? I'm a little confused what's going on. Ronove quickly covered Beato's mouth with his hand as she grew thoroughly panicked and agitated, suspending the game. He pulled Beato away, supposedly to hold a strategy conference. Ronove's playing his own game. I'm not over that yet. Damn. That demon butler. When Beato got all hot, I had a perfect chance to corner her. Beato normally acted like she was graceful and above it all, but she actually had a really short temper and got mad easily. Her usual intellect had less of a voice when she got excited. Ronove certainly is thinking clearly. He probably gave your opponent some time to cool down. That child grew too stubborn trying to remove your check. It was about to easily let several large pieces go. After all, the first Twilight is only a skirmish. The correct move at that time would have been to withdraw. So what does it mean? Did I reach checkmate or didn't I? You didn't reach check. Well, it meant that she's out of check now. That child was about to say something in red. You probably wouldn't have reached checkmate yet. But most likely, you could expect our opponent to resign once they've cooled their heads. You're joking. Even though she hates losing that much. Yes. In a losing battle, it is essential to withdraw your troops as soon as possible to minimize your losses. That difficult part is gauging whether it's a losing battle or not. Your opponent's butler seems to have calmly made that decision. Oh well. In other words, she managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Getting checkmate and delivering the final blow won't be that easy for me. But it's going to be so good when he does. However, you should count this as your victory. It seems they barely managed to prevent a large loss, but they certainly sustained considerable damage. The scale of that child's panic ought to make the depths of that wound quite clear for you. Seriously. Feels like she'd start crying if I bullied her anymore. Good job, Battler. I never considered it. I was thinking of other ways that the room could have been broken, like just not locking all the rooms until all 6 people were killed in place, and then you could have just locked them all at the same time, and that way it would have had the effect. And you only needed one master. You only needed to create one master key closed room. She didn't have her usual bold smile, but it looked like the blood wasn't rushing to her head anymore. Hey, it's your turn. Did you decide on your next move? I resign. For now, I will let you have your victory. Beato told me that frankly. Yes! It seemed she'd taken a far-sighted view, as though trying to say, if you want to laugh, then laugh. It was a bit of a killjoy, and I lost my desire to deliver the final blow. Well, now that you've resigned, that just means we're even, since my theory and yours can't deny each other. You should treat it more like a tie than a loss. I don't need your disgusting sympathy. I'm telling you that I lost this round. When you find a dog drenched with rain, do you have a sudden urge to whack it with a stick or something? Nope. I'm not you. Even though she ridiculed me horribly when I showed signs of defeat, this is the best she's got when the tables are turned. I did feel that was pretty cowardly of her, but I decided to act with dignity as the victor and let it slide. Beato resigned. That's the result of the first twilight. Beatrice couldn't counter my move of one of the 6 was the culprit, and that person died in an accident. No, she probably could have countered it, but for some strategic reason she admitted defeat. Why would she? Battler, you need to spin the chessboard around, buddy. It felt less like I'd won and more like I'd let her slip away at the last second. I agree. In a chess match with a witch, battles can be fought solely with pieces known as X, which require no detailed explanations. Thanks to the devil's proof, I could create as many strange fictions as I wanted and use them as fighters in our argument. But that only works in a chess match with a witch. In our human world, you can't use such abstract theories to explain things. I'm checking on the football game. Hold up. I'll be pissed if we lose. Oh my god, we tied the game. We got the touchdown. Are we going to get the bonus point? We got it! There's only 2 minutes left in the game. Pittsburgh might win. I can't fucking believe it. We almost fucking lost against them. If we fucking lose against the Bengals, if they just get like a fucking crazy touchdown, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. It's gonna be unfucking real. The first Twilight was a chain of 6 closed rooms. It certainly may have been possible for a human. Beato wasn't able to deny all possibilities. However, I don't have a clue who committed the crime, or why, or how they actually did it. It may seem strange to hear me saying this after I won, but for some reason, I felt like I'd have been more satisfied if Beatrice had been able to say definitively that it was impossible for humans. But that's not the game, Battler. I managed to avoid specifics using an abstract piece called X, but I couldn't deny the sense that some eerie intent that must never be known was filling up this entire mansion. Well, now they're not in the mansion anymore. Umineko no naku koro ni Rondo, the Witch of Reasoning. This would be such a fucking good anime. Except somebody told me that the actual like anime for this was only about like the first episode and it was terrible. And it's now what, 9 o'clock? I gotta go take a quick little break. I gotta get a beer. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. Oh wait, there might be something here real quick. Let me watch. Nope, we're good. I'm back. And I'm getting another cookie, too. God, we love supporting our small businesses with yummy cookie. While I keep checking the football game every 30 seconds. Oh, my friend thinks they're gonna lose. Shit. 40 yards? Oh, they're gonna go for the kick and we're gonna fucking lose. Alright, that's my little football moment over. Depressing. When being besieged, your true enemy isn't so much the fear of an unseen culprit as it is keeping such fears alive for long periods of time. Maria got bored and started complaining that she wanted to watch TV. There was no TV in the lobby, so she decided to return to the cousin's room on the second floor. The adults probably wanted to make sure. No, let's not separate, guys. It's not. Wait, we're not in lost territory yet. We're in likely lost territory. First and 10. Oh, it's so over. It feels over. They told all the children to go to the second floor cousin's room. George, who was grief-stricken by the loss of his fiancée, led the cousins up to the second floor without any resistance. At first, Nanjo had been reading a book in the lobby. Wait, where did my cookie go? Where the fuck did I just put that cookie? What? Oh my god. But when he noticed the relatives looking the way like they wanted to discuss something sinister. Oh, he's going by himself. That's not good. We love a king with no alibi. I'm starving. And if we just keep sitting around, we'll get sleepy too. It's only natural. We didn't get any sleep at all last night. We will probably end up being barricaded here for a full 24 hours. Alright. Come on, Steelers, hold up. First and goal, it's over. Instead of overstressing ourselves. True. My husband and I will remain here so I ask that anyone having troubles staying awake, take it easy and rest. Oh, these two are gonna die. Our opponent might be expecting that, right? Even if they couldn't defeat this many people, if that number shrinks enough, they may plan to use that moment to strike. There are 7 of us here. So we could take... No, don't take 3-hour shifts in pairs. Please, at least 4 people. 4 and 3, please. Don't... No pairs. I forbid it. Read the fucking epitaph, you jack off. Read the epitaph. Tomorrow's morning's a long way off. We still have some energy, but tonight's going to be tough. I would just freaking stay up. Fuck it. You want to fucking fall asleep? No. I would just stay awake the whole time. If I were them, I would just freaking start drinking fuck tons of coffee. I would just how could you even sleep? Okay, never mind. I'm just being a negative Nancy. Sure will. Anyone sleepy? Don't overdo it and get some. Or at least if you're going to go with somebody, make sure it's not your partner, so you can't be the two who are close, like in an emotional sense, like maybe in a physical sense. Those who are, yeah. So just avoid this, please. Please think. Hideyoshi looked around at everyone to see if they wanted to sleep first, but no one volunteered. Everyone was tired, but no one was bold enough to go sleep right away. Their fear of the unknown culprit was just as strong as their sleepiness. Nobody? Well, don't overdo it, everyone. If we get tired, we'll deal with it then. I'll admit I'm sleepy, but I'm not in the mood right now. As Ava spoke sharply, she reread the second letter from Beatrice, which had been found in the boiler room. Third and goal. They're going for the touchdown. Oh, they're just eating time. So Pittsburgh doesn't have any left when they get the ball. Yeah, it's over. She reread the second letter from Beatrice, which had been found in the boiler room. Beatrice had sent them 2 letters, which had repeatedly told them to solve the riddle of the epitaph, and she'd even provoked them by saying she'd give up her assets and the headship if they could solve it. Ava took out the book and opened it to a page with the epitaph copied onto it. Well, that's freaking convenient of you. Is this that epitaph? Yes. I hate doing what the culprit says, but we do have some time to waste. I think it's a perfect way to stave off boredom. Yeah, fucking Bengals scored. It's over. The fucking game is over. We lost. Fucking Bengals won. I can't fucking believe it. Why don't we challenge it together as siblings? Can I borrow that? I'll rewrite it. I'll rewrite it just a little larger. Natsui-san, do you have a slightly larger piece of paper? There should be paper in the servant room. I will bring some. Natsui immediately brought a blank B4 sheet of paper from the servant room. Kyrie borrowed Ava's notebook, wrote out the epitaph on the paper, and laid it on the table. Then everyone quickly peered down at it. They automatically formed a crowd. I've heard about it. But this is really a tough riddle. I don't have a clue what it's talking about. At one point, I also did my best to solve it, but I was just as clueless. If you did know, you wouldn't have come all the way out here with a plan to make money. After all, it's 10 tons of gold we're talking about. I'm so glad Kyrie's still here. I hope she never dies. I hope she's alive till the very end. I need more of this bad bitch in my fiction. This is the first time I've read it through seriously, but roughly speaking, couldn't it be split into 3 parts? Yes. I'm glad she noticed that too. It's why it's 3 pages. Steelers lost. I can't believe it. Roughly speaking. Yes, 3 parts. I've been thinking this since last night, but you are a really good thinker, Kairi-san. That's why I'm glad to have her right now. Perhaps you'll be able to easily solve this riddle that we couldn't. Yeah, Kairi's sharp. That's why I married her. She might find a more interesting take on it if she comes in without any confusing biases. Oh, these cookies are fucking good. Fuck me. They're like a little toasty. I'm not usually a chocolate chip cookie guy. But I just said, what the fuck? But these are really good. They're really freaking good cookies. The game's over. Yep, it's official. It's Jover. That's right. Oh wait, that's right. Kairi-san. Would you mind giving us your honest opinion after reading the epitaph? Kyrie, I feel like you're that guy in every project in college that everybody expects to do all the work, but is actually not all that smart. That's me. That was me in college. I doubt you'll find it useful. You all gave me too much credit. That's fine, just say whatever comes into your head. Let's hear your thoughts. The hints you always help the hints you give always help me out when I'm worried. Oh, so I have been helpful? It's nice to finally hear about this now. Come on, don't I always thank you? You two sure are close. I'm jealous. I'm still wondering who fucking Maria's dad is. Maria is a homunculus too. Maria is the new vessel for Beatrice. And the rest of us would love to hear these hints of yours. We're just killing time anyway, so relax, okay? Kyrie was disturbed at being praised so highly for something so strange. But they had all the time in the world. Realizing that this was just a way to waste time, she decided to accept the role she'd been given. She's probably going to say the same thing I think, that the Golden Kuadorian. I'm sure I'll say something off the mark, but, well, I'll put forward my ideas. Indeed. What did you mean in the beginning about how it could be divided into 3 parts, roughly speaking? Finding the key, the Twilights, and then what Beatrice will give if you win. Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3. Well, I just mean what I said. I think that overall, the epitaph can be divided into 3 sections. First, there are the 5 lines up until "There sleeps the key to the gold." Didn't land. Up until this point. Up until this point is the first part, which directs you to the location of the key. So what I'm wondering is, have the have the conditions of this prophecy already been fulfilled up until this point? Then has the key already been acquired? I don't know. We'll see. And then there's the part formed by the 11 lines up until the 10th twilight, which refer to the location of the Golden Land itself. And the remaining 6 lines make up the part after the Golden Land has been reached. By clicking system, tips. I've already been doing it like the whole game. I don't know how you could go through the whole game without reading the tips. I see. It can be divided into 3 parts about the key, the Golden Land, and the Golden Land's treasure. Even we have been able to grasp that much. The 3 sections that refer to the key, the door, and the treasure. Nissan, don't put in any more than you have to. Let Kairi-san speak her ideas freely. Kairi, please continue. We see it the same way as you do so far. So then? I wonder about the meaning of that thing in the beginning, the beloved hometown. She's gonna come to the same conclusion that I did, that because this riddle is solvable within the island, I don't think this is referring to Kinzo. I think this is referring to Beatrice. It's her hometown. I think her hometown is like this island, Rokonjima. Is there like a little creek running through Rokonjima? Is there like... I don't know, that's just what is going through my mind, because I don't really think this is about Kinzo. I think this is about Beatrice, which I guess we're now having to accept the canonicity of Beatrice existing to some extent, like as a human, because of the red words we got from fucking Ronove. I wonder about the... Okay, yep. Normally that would refer to where grandfather lived, right? His father went to all the trouble of telling us that it's beloved. We can imagine that it's a hometown he had strong feelings for. Did father come from Odawara? Odawara is definitely where he was born, but I don't think that's where his home that's the hometown he loved. I imagine all of his siblings have the same place in mind. Right. This probably isn't Odawara. From what I've heard, he had a very fun time in his youth. Being made the Ushirimiya family head was probably Dad's greatest bit of misfortune in his life. Probably. Father didn't actually want to become the head. So where is this place? Is there a river there where sweet fish swim? What is a sweet fish? Hold up, I gotta look it up again. I looked it up way at the beginning of this game. Okay. Sweet fish in Japanese mythology. Oh well, I'm gonna pass it for now. Maybe there was, the time, there's been lots of development there since then, and the sweetfish might have disappeared. It would be extremely difficult to investigate whether sweetfish were there during grandfather's boyhood years. So, wait, are sweetfish? Are they saltwater fish or freshwater fish? Oh, both. They swim in freshwater and saltwater. Okay. So they could be on the island then. Not just in a river. And there probably isn't just a single river. I believe we all gave this a thorough investigation geographically. You even went to the actual place to investigate directly, right, Ava? That was only on as a vacation. But the townscape had changed completely since Father's time. After all, it was caught up in that war, wasn't it? That war? Yeah, that war. You know, like some of the greatest wartime crimes committed by the Japanese, like, ever. Yeah, that war. By now, even precisely locating the place Father lived is impossible. I imagine that Father went there himself now. I imagine that if Father went there himself now, even he wouldn't be able to pick out the place he'd lived anymore. Yeah, because they bombed the shit out of it. Well, after all, those guys have gone through a remarkable recovery. Does the part about a Sweetfish River bring any place name clearly to mind? Well, yeah. After all, they're sweetfish, right? People say they live in rivers with clean water, so there's countless rivers that might work. Any stream Dad innocently went sweetfish fishing was probably buried by development later. It'd be different if we had a map from before the war, or a person who knew a lot about the area was before the war, but I think it's not gonna be on this. I think it's gonna be on this island, guys. I don't know what you're doing. I wouldn't even give a fuck about what's going on in Odawara. It's gotta be on this island. There's no way it has to be. I don't even think Kinzo would keep his gold back in mainland Japan. It has to be on this island. I'm totally freaking convinced. It probably isn't something like that. What do you mean? Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. Not there was a Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown, but it's behold the Sweetfish River. And there's a path that you can follow downstream. You who seek the gold, yeah. After these two lines, there's a single blank line. Something is being presented with just these two lines. Yeah, she's right. What if the next three lines continue based upon that something? What do you mean, something is being presented? Like it's the first, chunk of information. I don't know. At any rate, what we can get from these two lines alone is something vague, like the question of whether... At any rate, what we can get from these two lines alone isn't something vague, like the question of which river it might be. The clear presentation of the keyword river. Yeah, she's right. The most important word is river in that first stanza. Well, I don't know if you'd call it a stanza. No, you would actually, I think, since it's an epitaph. But what they haven't even considered is this is Beatrice's epitaph. This is the portrait's epitaph. It's not referring to Kinzo, it's referring to Beatrice. It may be that this isn't a river with water flowing down it. That Sweetfish River might be some kind of metaphor. What sort of impressions does the word sweetfish give? Sweetfish are like salmon. They're freshwater fish, but they go out into the ocean right after they're born. When they get big, they go back to the river to live there. And then they spawn there and end their lives there. Well, they leave their eggs home at one point, but when they get big, they come back and lay... They leave their homes at one point, but when they get big, they come back and lay eggs. Might be able to link that to the idea of clan prosperity. Whatever, the fuck up. Oh, they're freshwater fish, but they can live in the ocean. I didn't know that. I figured river fish would be able to live in the seas. And they are called sweet fish because they have a pleasant aroma. I never have eaten one, but I've heard that they'd be quite delicious when grilled with salt. What's that, Natsui-san? You've never eaten salt-grilled sweet fish? They're delicious. You should try it sometime soon. When you die, it is a food for commoners, hardly appropriate for your mouth. This is just my wild idea. Is she gonna get it? I think she's gonna get it. Rose is the one who has it. But the impression I get from a sweetfish river makes me suspect a family tree. The sweetfish go out into the ocean for a time, but they return to the river that they were born to spawn. Could that be a metaphor for, like... Could that be a metaphor for, like, everybody coming back for the family conference, then? I didn't even think about it that way. It reminds me of myself. You're right. By this point, I can confess I've sometimes suspected that it refers to you and Maria-chan. Why? Why her specifically? I see. If you follow that river downstream, you will find a village. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, I get a pass on that one, because this is just a translation thing. I see. If you follow the river downstream, you will find a village. If you go down the family tree, all you find is Maria's name. Only her name is read as Ri or Sato, the character father uses for village here. So Maria knows where it is? Isn't that right? But as you all know, Father doesn't like Maria. He almost never speaks with her. And in the past, Father told me to give Maria a completely different name. I decided to go with Maria on my own. Father was very mad about that. Given that, it's very hard to imagine that he would reference Maria's name in his precious epitaph about who would succeed his wealth and inheritance. Have you ever let Maria-chan read the epitaph? Yes, of course. But it looked as though she didn't have a clue. She didn't have a clue, and she kept going on about the same occult stuff, but how it's about a resurrection ceremony for the witch. A connection between Father and Maria. Certainly, they do share that occult hobby, but they never interacted. Can't imagine that it refers to Maria either. What sticks out to me is how he went out of his way to add beloved to that first line. Like all you said just now, like you all just said now. father was reluctant about becoming the Ushiramiya family head, would he have fond memories for anything connected to that? I don't think this can be Odawara, which represents the Ushiramiya head family. I believe this beloved here at the beginning must refer to a place full of very important memories for father, like Kuwadorian. Well, that's fine. It would be hard to pinpoint since we don't even have a trace of a map from that time. But at any rate, there are probably several rivers with sweet fish swimming in them near Dad's hometown near his youth. Near his youth? During his youth. Yikes. If that's what we're looking for a river, that's if we're looking for a river with water flowing down it, right? And then, go on, Kairi-san. I don't really understand the 3 lines starting with, if you follow the river downstream, you will find a village. It's probably linked to the 2 lines about the Sweetfish River. I imagine it's something we'd understand automatically if we knew what a Sweetfish River really was. Until we figure that out, it's probably useless to solve those 3 lines any further. So we're stuck unless we know what the Sweetfish River really is. And there's no guarantee it even means a literal river. Seriously, what's up with the sweetfish? Dad like to eat them? Or does it have some special meaning? Is it pointless to read too deeply into it? I don't think it is. If you don't have both a micro and a macro perspective, your field of vision grows narrow. It might be better to be flexible and avoid thinking too deeply. Focusing on an abstract image of a river where fish swim or something that can flow. Up or down. Then the answer behind the Sweetfish River passes through the next 3 lines and makes its way to the key to the Golden Land. If you think about it this way, I wonder if it was a mistake to split it into 3 parts. There's actually 4 parts. Go down the Sweetfish River, find the key to the Golden Land, journey to the Golden Land. And the treasure of the Golden Land. Truly intriguing. Well, you've got this far. Would you mind continuing and telling us your opinion on the most central portion of the epitaph? Up to the point where we reach the Golden Land on the 10th twilight? That's the most symbolic and the most disturbing part. Since the word sacrifices keep coming up, I can't help but think it has something to do with Father's occult ceremonies. How do you see it, Kairi-san? Well, my current working theory is that the Twilights represent the endings of the murders of the episodes. And that, like, that in some way, I guess, the intellectual battle between Beatrice and Battler is the key, is the search for the key to the Golden Land. I don't know, it's a crack theory. But at this point, everything's on the table. Peering into the paper with the epitaph copy onto it as though she was looking through it. This is very difficult. It starts with the one who obtains the key. So you probably won't be able to continue without knowing what the key means. I'll have to give up on that, but I'll take a shot at trying to solve it anyway. Just like how Sweetfish River isn't necessarily a river with water flowing down it. Ay. It's doubtful that this key is actually something shaped like a key. I agree. It also might be a code or a keyword. After all, this key isn't something that's to be stuck into a keyhole. It's something that selects 6 people to be sacrifices for the first twilight. In that sense, we can say for sure that this key isn't being used to open the door to the Golden Land. What a disturbing key that is. A key that can choose 6 human sacrifices. How would a key select anything? Do you spin it like roulette? Hideyoshi, you're on to something. The key indicates a certain group of 6 people. No, we should say it indicates a group of 6 things. Yeah, it never says people. At least in that first Twilight. If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices. For example, it could be an anagram? No, I'm not doing that. I don't fuck with epitaphs. Or I don't fuck with anagrams. An anagram? You mean like playing with the letters? Oh wait, I want to give him Yoshi's voice. Yes. I've been thinking about it ever since Rosa started talking about the family tree. About how the village was part of Maria-chan's name. It seems that ever since the words beloved hometown came up, plus there's like a translation thing, I couldn't solve it like that. So I don't think it's going to be an anagram. Rudolph-san, for example, has assumed that this epitaph points to some coordinates or some geographical feature, but that might not be the case. This could be some kind of puzzle, or maybe playing with letters. Forgive me, but how does one play with letters? What? Oh, well, it's like sucker, marry, barrels. I hate him. Why did he just say that? I can't believe he just freaking said, suck my balls. Really? I'm... Why? Like that. Well, you were raised well, Natsui-san, so you probably don't know. Mary? Take out the E's and R's, huh? Stop it. It's an undignified game, inappropriate for you. I really wanted to hear it. I really wanted to read that in her voice. Suck my balls? What do you mean by that? Only Natsui didn't get it and had a blank look on her face. It seemed she'd only guessed that the answer had to be something undignified, going by Rudolph and Ava Snickers. Natsui-san, it's something like this. This is just something from Maria's Book of Riddles, okay? There's this thing called a Tanuki notebook. It's a notebook written like a code with lots of tas mixed in. And if you remove all the tas, then the true paragraph pops up. It's a game like that. Oh, I see. Natsui finally realized the answer to the undignified riddle Rudolph proposed, and her face grew red as she hung her head in embarrassment. Good fuck, Natsui. He deserved that. So, maybe kill actually means remove in that sense. Right? Yes. I also thought that. It's possible that the key to the Golden Land is a word with 6 characters. In other words, the ta from the Tanuki notebook is actually 6 characters here. This is getting complicated. Playing with letters, is it? In Japan, it really feels like a child's game and apparently a stylish form of humor among intellectuals. In the English world, it is easy to imagine that Father was interested in it. I wish he'd just read it in English. By this point, I quickly lose my ability to understand it. Up until this part, it may have been filled with mysteries, but it was extremely sequential. Sweetfish River, go down it, then find the key. All of that is extremely sequential. And as a result, we can guess that we gain a 6 character key. But in that case, we don't know what we killed the 6 characters from. Oh wait. 1, 2, wait. I'm too dumb for this shit. That's right. Where do we pull the 6 characters from? Doesn't tell us. Yeah, it does. Wait, gouge the head? 1, 2, 3. It kind of does. It's the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Twilight, right? If they're using that, like, method of... On the 2nd Twilight, there are those who remain, which means that at the very least, that something has a limited number of characters. You could read it like it's telling you to continue with the remaining characters after the first 6 are removed. And yet we don't know what this something is, even though it should have been shown to us at the beginning. Are we wrong even in our assumption that this is playing with letters? I hope it's not. I like my interpretation that this is all from Beatrice's perspective and that everything is allegorical to the layout of Rokenjima towards finding Kuodorian. Because that's where the gold is. Like, I like that analysis more. Sorry, dorks. Everyone crossed their arms and fell silent. It felt like they were about to reach a novel understanding they hadn't managed before, but they stumbled just one step short. Then Hideyoshi's stomach rumbled heartily. That silence was broken by laughter. Sorry. Strangely enough, by spinning the gears in my head for a change, my stomach's gone completely empty. Looks like I can't stand missing breakfast. Natsui, isn't there anything to eat here? There should at least be enough set aside for breakfast. I will prepare it. No, don't go by yourself. I'm also starving. I'll bet those brats above us are the same. Still, I doubt there's enough for the 18 people here, much as a full 3 meals. I don't think getting a full 3 meals, these people are just so fucking rich assholes. They're just like, oh yeah, we gotta have 3 meals. No, fuck it. You just need 1 meal. That's right. That's right. It'll be a long journey until tomorrow. Maybe we'd better take a trip back to the mansion and fish around for some canned food or something in the kitchen. There's nothing but crackers and snacks here, but if that will be sufficient, I can get them ready for you all. But with this many people, there might not be any left for lunch. I don't think that's a problem, Queen. That will do for now. Would you mind getting those ready? It looked like the men had been taken over with an appetite that stopped all thought. The atmosphere grew more peaceful, and the Epitaph investigation team split up for the time being. Why? They should really let the kids in on this. But Ava kept staring at the paper the epitaph was written on like she was going to burn a hole through it. Because I know Maria would like to solve it. Playing around with letters was nothing more than a theory of mine. There's a chance it's mistaken. Yeah, I think it's mistaken. I think you're wrong, Kyrie. Ava-san, please don't take it too seriously, okay? Thank you. I'll just keep doing this on my own. Would you mind leaving me alone? Ava spoke coldly. Kyrie didn't bother her anymore and instead went to help Natsui prepare breakfast. Nei-san, shouldn't we also help prepare breakfast? You go help. I'm busy solving this. Sorry, because she really wants it. She really wants to be the head. Then I'll help. Good grief. Yada yada, that's it. How can you be like that? Huh? The Yoshirimiya family headship will be given to the person who solves this epitaph. It looks like you've given up from the beginning, as if it has nothing to do with you. But if you can solve it, there's a chance you'll be able to receive the headship. This is a chance to steal everything from Nissan. Why aren't you taking such a once-in-a-lifetime chance more seriously? Because I'm not an asshole like you, Ava. I'm not a dumb, covetous asshole. Rosa hung her head, unsure as how she should answer. Too late, she regretted carelessly speaking to her sister when she was in a bad mood. If you noticed anything, say so. Even though Kairi-san and I were thinking hard, you just kept nodding your head, didn't you? Come on. Isn't there anything you've noticed? Come on. Don't you think this part's strange? Strange? What is? It's just that this whole section's written like a journey to the Golden Land, right? You reach the Golden Land and then you receive its treasures. What's your point? You think there's some sort of keyword tied to those treasures? The epitaph is the hardest riddle in Umineko. It helps if you have both basic understanding of kanji in Japanese and English. It's perfectly solvable after episode 4. I've seen some native English speaking Let's players solve the epitaph as of episode 3. When Umineko came out, it took the whole community to solve it until the answer was published. Wow. Yeah, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. It's borderline unsolvable because of various factors. It's insanely hard. No, not the treasures themselves. Look, in the 10th Twilight. Isn't it how you receive the treasures strange? Huh? Ah. Oh, okay. Yeah, my ass is not solving it. Why does it say we'll receive the treasures once and for the last time? If we only get them once, there's no point telling us it's the last time. And the same thing in reverse. Oh, but I'm probably splitting hairs over this if you think about it. Well, that goes back to my theory that the Twilights themselves represent the end of the games? Because it's Twilight, it's ending. I mean, the tearing apart of Maria and Rosa, like the fact that this could refer to this, the 4 children, Natsui, and the murderer. Even then, that's a weak theory, just because of that part. But I'm not over the fact that episode 2 ended with Maria and Rosa, whose relationship had been the focal point. Not, I guess, arguably the focal point. It's about the relationship between Maria and Rosa, about Shannon Cannon and George and Jessica, like all that. But it's like, and about miracles, like miracles, certainty, endless. Oh, it's tricky, but I don't think I got the tools for it in my brain. I'm not really a guy who's good at riddles, unfortunately. This is Father we're talking about, after all. I'm too, like, my brain is just such a one track. It's not my brain's a one track, it's that I consider things from, like, every angle. It's just like, I ignored, like, the obvious stuff that's right in front of me, and I'm just not good at that, like, riddles like that. He probably just said it that way to make it sound more dramatic. That's a big freaking leap. I gotta go get another beer. I'll be right back. Give me like 30 seconds. Wait. I'm still waiting for my chance to read not Burncastle, to read Lambda Delta again. It'll happen, I swear. But just give me like 30 seconds. I'll be right back. This is my second beer in an hour. I'm not an alcoholic. I swear. Okay. Boring. Oh, what is boring? We get a remix of this theme. I love it. This is like a remix of Beatrice's theme. Boring, boring. My. What on earth is this child grumbling about? She's probably annoyed by all the tips you gave Battler-sama, madam. Not really. That doesn't annoy me. On the contrary, I'm happy to see that useless Battler finally reach a level where he can match me. Oh. Did Battler-kun and I get a little too close? Perhaps us old fogies had best leave you young'uns alone. Old fogies. When Virgilia and Ronove giggled and cackled, Beatrice's irritation meter finally reached its limit. Enough with everyone laughing at me. Ronove, vanish for a while. Disappear. Certainly. Then I shall rest for the time being. Ronove bowed his head, still laughing, and vanished. Yeah, I agree. You're right. Yeah, I agree. After that, that remained was the grumpy and irritated figure of Beatrice and Virgilia, who was coolly enjoying her tea. When you said there are no more than 18 people on this island, you actually cornered yourself. I knew it. I did have this feeling it might be a bit too early. I suppose that was right after all, wasn't it? If you had led him further astray first, things might have been different. But as it was, that trump card was a real waste. You ended up rousing him instead. In addition to denying the witch, Battler had possessed a second victory condition, one of explaining everything without suspecting one of the 18. It was at that point when he'd been tossed about by two opposing goals that his heart should have been his weakest. Yeah, she's right. She should have attacked him more to, like, accuse one of the 18 people. However, Beatrice used the red carelessly, proclaiming that there were no more than 18 people. Because of that, Battler had been forced to suspect one of the 18, and he had finally begun to build up the resolve he needed to accept that. Battler was stubborn, but that was exactly why fissures would run all through him, like breaking china when he was struck in a fragile spot. That itself should have been his greatest weak point, but did I get a little too careless after my complete victory last time? Yes, you were too careless. I've already said it before, I'm probably not solving this mystery. Because I'm not familiar with this genre, so I do not have the tools in the toolbox to do this. So when they reveal how the epitaph works, I'm gonna be freaking there for it. I'm gonna be like, oh, it's gonna be fun. The last game was difficult for one for Battler-kun, but it seems this game will become a difficult one for you. A broken vase will never return to its original form. That's okay. That confirms for me the beginning of episode 3 when that's what she's referencing. That's young Beatrice at the beginning of episode 3. I need to watch it again. I still haven't done it yet. Because she's referencing that scene when she makes the vase return. So it would be more constructive to think that of a next move rather than regretfully picking up the pieces. And that goes back to my theory that Beatrice is an Ushiramiya because she's getting a noble name, princess. However, now that Battler has figured out as much as he has, how should I plot against him? Ho ho ho. Your troubled face is an even better snack than Ronove's cookies. Yeah, let me just give advice to the person that just casually killed me for no fucking reason. Please do it, actually. Ugh. Ugh. You and Battler, and even Ronove, are treating me like sweets now. Even though I'm not sweet at all. With a shameful, childlike face that she would never have shown in front of Battler, Beatrice rolled her head around the top of... What? You do much better than you think. Maybe. I mean, I was right about the homunculus shit. There's gotta be a Let's Play of this where there's a guy that's playing it and he's completely freaking just like, yep, it's magic, man. Teacher. Whoops, I just clicked off. Fuck. At least give me a hint. Oh? What kind of hint? If you know some really good move that'll leave Battler speechless and make him want to accept me, yeah, have another murder. Because then Battler will have to suspect that it's somebody that wasn't part of the original six. I want to ask you to say it outright, so, even if it's just a hint. And then I can go on to suspecting, like, Rosa or Ava. Which I think out of, like, all the Ashira Miyas that, like, aren't potentially Beatrice. Like, I think they're the most likely to who could have done it. But still, it doesn't answer the question that, like, they were both accounted for that night. And we know there wasn't traps within the traditional sense. Or at least I had the definition of trap written down. Oh, I can't. I'm on Battler-kun's side right now, so I couldn't teach you something that would give you an advantage. Come on, don't be so stingy. Your disciple's in trouble, right? I seem to remember you brazenly boasting that you would surpass your teacher. Ugh. Please act like an old person. Just give me a bit of your crafty ideas, please. It's mean if you only help Battler. My, you're still a spoiled child. But it's true that I may have given Battler a few too many hints. It did serve as a... She killed you, bro! But perhaps it was a little too much support for a fair game. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Please, teacher, at least give me a hint just now. This is only a hint. Think about what it means by yourself, okay? Yeah. I'll think about it myself, so please. Please give me one that'll leave Battler down in the dumps, teacher. Considering how she acted like a great and mighty witch in front of the Battler, the way she acted when he wasn't around was truly pathetic. Virgilia sighed at how childish Beato still was, despite all the time that had passed. Then just a hint. Oh, this isn't the first time they've referenced this. The North Wind and the Sun. They've referenced it, I think, 2 other times. Hold up, I'm just reading it right now. It's on read.gov. The North Wind and the Sun had a quarrel about which of them was stronger. While they were disputing with much heat and bluster, a traveler passed along the road wrapped in a cloak. Let us agree, said the Sun, that he is the stronger who can strip the traveler of his cloak. Very well, growled the North Wind. And at once he sent a cold, howling blast against the traveler. With the first gust of wind, the ends of the cloak whipped about the traveler's body, but he immediately wrapped it closely around him. The harder the wind blew, the tighter it held to him. The North Wind tore angrily at the cloak, but all his efforts were in vain. Then the sun began to shine. At first his beams were gentle, and in the pleasant warmth after the bitter cold of the North Wind, the traveler unfastened his cloak and let it hang loosely from his shoulders. The sun's rays grew warmer and warmer. The man took off his cap and mopped his brow. At last he became so heated that he pulled off his cloak, and to escape the blazing sunshine threw himself in the welcome shade of a tree by the roadside. Gentleness and kind persuasion win where force and bluster fail. Okay, of course. It's a story about how the North Wind and the Sun challenge each other. Yep. That's right. Violent, impatient methods aren't necessarily the best decisions in all cases. You don't have to tell me that. I've already reflected on the mistakes I made when I was too anxious to achieve victory. Think well about what this means. And furthermore, there's one point that Battler seems to be misunderstanding a bit, but he isn't the only one. Do you understand the victory conditions of this game? What else is there other than making Battler surrender? See? You're already wrong there. How am I wrong? Your victory isn't making Battler-kun surrender. Isn't it making Battler-kun accept your existence? What's this? You want me to butter him up? Begging him to accept me as a witch? Foolish. I haven't sunk that low. Beato growled like a dog in a bad mood. Virgilia shrugged her shoulders, snickering at her disciple, who was as short-tempered as ever. That is my hint. For the rest, you'll have to consider deeply on your own. In any event, your moves up until now will not work on Battler-kun. A significant tactical adjustment will probably be required. I don't need you to tell me that. I don't have any clue what you mean by the north wind and the sun. But at any rate, I realize I'll have to alter my course. I'll introduce a scheme as clever enough to surprise even you, teacher. Ha ha ha. I look forward to it. I wonder how Battler-kun will tackle it too. I wish you good luck as well. After Battler, you mean? You mean? Maybe predecessor Beatrice is just in it for the love of the game. I'll be right back. I can take a minute. Oh wait, they're showing us shit. Hold up. I still think this is young Beatrice. Like, I definitely still think this is a young Beatrice. I'll be right back. Give me like a minute. Okay, I'm back. Hey. Are you gonna give up and resign already? Because look, this is supposed to be child Ava, but she has different eyes. I'm not over that. That really pisses me off. I guess you are that tired. You just grab a futon and sleep. As my mind grew vague, I pretended to fight my drowsiness while sinking deeper and deeper into the sofa. I scolded myself. Do I have to have a double identity Ava theory now? Because I already had a double identity Rosa theory. You also dreamed about stealing the position of family head from Kraus, right? Even though my magic's given you a chance, are you already throwing it away? You could say that, but I'm... This riddle is really hard. Even a wire puzzle would be better. At least in that case, you'd know for sure that it's solvable. But in the case of this epitaph riddle, we've been given no reasons to be sure of that. I might just be fighting a useless battle. Still hazy, I looked at the notebook I'd been holding the whole time. It was open to a page with the epitaph, which I must have stared at hard enough to burn holes in it so many hundreds of nights I'd lost count. Oh yeah, she's super obsessed with it, but she's angry that she's not able to solve it herself. That page is truly a door. On the other side lies the Golden Land, the place I've wanted to drag myself to no matter the effort since I was a child. The place I was never able to reach. Am I touching the door with both hands? With the book? No, the door right there in front of me, ready to be opened, and yet still unable to reach the other side. That's right. Your hand is already on the door. Come on, open it with all your strength. And read the characters written on the door. You know what other door had writing on it? The chapel. Like English words that we couldn't read because the other characters can't read English really that well. With all my strength, read. Characters written on the door. Strain your eyes. See through the thing beyond the epitaph written in the notebook. The beloved hometown definitely won't betray our expectations. The only past father held deer happened during his childhood years. That's right. And what about the Sweetfish River? There are several rivers where they swim, and there's no reason to doubt this just refers to the one close to where the place father lived. If we take out a map and start calculating which rivers with Sweetfish were closest, things will quickly get vague, and we won't be able to narrow it down. Didn't you say it yourself? You said it had nothing to be... You said it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down it. If the word Sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it? Think of a river. A river. Linking it with the family tree wasn't a bad idea. Try thinking about how a link to a river was something else. Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines. It isn't a river? But where else could Sweetfish swim? A pot of stew? Goda knows the secret. Oh, but if we're talking about places where Sweetfish can swim, then maybe the ocean has something to do with it. Yeah, I think it's... Like, I think that, like, Rosa accidentally followed the epitaph when she, like, reached Kuadorian by, like, following the beach and everything. Like, I don't know. I think there's something there. Didn't my husband even say that they go out into the ocean? Even though they're river fish? To the ocean? No. But... Huh? Did you notice? But that's just a faint memory. There's supposed to be a room for storing books in this building, right? If you investigate, you can make sure. If that's the Sweetfish River, and the key might be a 6-character word, then could the key actually be resting in that river? The voice actors for Ava, there's a younger sibling voice. Okay, thank you. That's like key information. Thank you. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I have to search in an atlas. But even if I know that, I don't know from what I should take the 6 characters. You really don't know? Think deeply. We're pretty smart, so our ideas are solid. Don't think of it as something like as massive as the riddle of the epitaph. Think of it like a child's riddle. But think like it's a child's riddle. Men are always children, no matter how old they get. Even if father has advanced into old age, that doesn't change the fact that he's essentially a child at heart. Throw away your awe of father. Think of this like it's a worthless, infantile game with riddles, like the ones Maria studies. The ones Maria suddenly brought us out on the boat. Riddles. Worthless. Infantile. Huh. I'm sure that was... What was it? I'm sure if my memory isn't wrong, that... It's probably the case... No, I didn't have to rely on my vague memory. I should be able to figure that out immediately by searching the library. We've probably already noticed the answer. All that's left is to investigate whether it's correct or not. Come on, Ava. Let's go to the library, making sure no one sees us. She's gonna get her ass killed doing this. She's so greedy. There we should find a mountain of thick books that didn't fit in Father's study. I'm sure we'll find a book that answers our question. Quickly. This is the first and last chance we'll get to make our dreams come true. She was dreaming. When Natsumi tried to lay a blanket over her, Ava suddenly jumped up. I'm sorry. It looks like I woke you. Ava, if you're sleepy, don't overdo it. You rest first. Thank you. I'm just going to the bathroom for a bit to wash my face. You should take it easy. Rest. You're gonna make yourself feel worse, you know? I told you, I'm fine. I'll be right back. After leaving only those words behind, I rapidly left the lobby. The lobby was partitioned off by a door, so as soon as I went into the corridor, they could no longer see me. The library was next to the servant room. Father always owned a vast book collection, but ever since he started to become engrossed with his occult hobby, that collection grew even larger. Said that the normal books suitable for a normal study had been forced out as his study overflowed. This so-called library was mostly used as a storage room for those normal books. They were all thick, like complete encyclopedias for intellectuals. But that was very convenient for me now that I was investigating something. I entered softly, and just in case, I checked the room with my gun, ready, making sure that there was no suspicious people in here. Then I locked it from the inside. She's gonna die. She just made the closed room. She just made the closed room. Ava, stop it. She's gonna be killed by greed. I actually wasn't thinking that the murderer might be hiding somewhere. What scared me was the thought that one of my siblings might hear what I was investigating. I hate you, Ava. I really hate you. You're wasting your intelligence on being greedy. My heart had started racing before I realized it. I was half asleep just a moment ago, so I didn't realize how significant this thing I noticed was. But as I gradually became more aware, my heart started to feel like it was about to explode. I hate her. I wonder if any of the other siblings noticed this. I don't think Kraus and Rudolph would notice. Ava's sympathetic because she's very motivated to succeed because of her father and her brother. But with that comes like that. One of my favorite quotes is like this Chinese, I don't know if it's like a proverb or whatever, but it's, if you seek revenge, dig 2 graves. And I feel like she's somebody who's very vengeful. But I think she lets that consume her. At least I could see that consuming her. I don't know about Kairi. Oh, she thinks Kairi's on her shit. She's extraordinarily good intuition. I don't know about Rosa either. I don't think Rosa's stupid too. She always has been incredibly so. Really? I'd say she was wise enough to make you think she was stupid, but that she didn't earn herself unnecessary malice. Here it is. I wonder if I'll find it in this one. I pulled the book out and flipped through the pages. So this is a Sweetfish River? I see. This is what the Sweetfish River means. We're never gonna know. We're never gonna find out. She's gonna die before we know. Don't dawdle around. Research further. Yes, I understand. If you follow the river downstream, you'll reach a village. By using the character... I think that's the same character he used with Maria. That was in Maria's name. But I don't want to go look at the wiki and check. But I'm pretty sure it's the same character. Oh wait, I know how I can check. Yeah, it is the same one. That's just an area of dense population, so there could be any number of those. Why have you stopped thinking? This is too much work. Is this too much work for you? If only you just give up. If only you just hand the Yushirimiya headship over to Kairi. I don't want to. I will become the head. This is on my first and last chance. What is this village? What does it mean? Do you find one if you go down the river? Ah! In the village, look for a shore the two will tell you of. Blah 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 means shore. Get it? I understand. Shore, shore. Right before my... I feel like I'm getting translation destroyed right now. Right before my eyes, the pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all began to snap. Snap. Into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? Really? But this isn't 6 characters at all. I'm absolutely sure this is the answer, but this doesn't reach 6 characters at all. Did you stop thinking again? In that case, think of a way you could read it with 6 characters. If you can't think of one, then research it. There has to be an answer. You must not doubt that. Is believing in that too much for you? If you just cry yourself to sleep, and then you just give up and die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. 6 characters. I found it. This is the key to the Golden Land. Yes, this is the key to the Golden Land. The key to our childhood dreams. Okay, so now we know that the key, like the mystery of the riddle, can be solved with a mundane book. Not just like a magical book, but something mundane. So I think my theory about it being an allegorical like route to Kuadorian is proven wrong. So I need to wipe the board clear. But I'm not gonna get the answer now. It's the only keyhole this key can be stuck in is that place. That has to be what offering the sacrifices means. I'm sure you get it now by now, right? Ah. She's gonna be dead. She's 100,000,000% gonna be dead. And it's now 10 a.m. This way? Go this way? They're inviting me to go this way? My heart leapt, because there, gaping wide, was an open mouth in the eerie darkness. What's this? What is this? When I strained my eyes, peering into the darkness, I saw something that looked like a light switch. In addition, there was a switch with open and close written on it. When I resolutely pushed the switch, rough lights like you'd find in a coal mine turned on sporadically, making a staircase that stretched underground come into hazy view. Eerily enough, it looked more gloom. What did I just see happen? What is going on? They showed the rain. What's the importance of that? This way, go this way. They're inviting me to go this way. They're inviting me. Who's they? When I resolutely. So we don't even. I don't even think we know for certain she's in the room she was just in. She could be somewhere totally different. Because we just saw the clock move, right? Yeah. We don't even really know for sure if this is Ava. Do we? She had to have been outside for the rain. That's right. Near the light switch was an open and close switch. It would probably open or close this, but if the open part happened to be broken, I might shut away this creepy underground area for all eternity. Winchester theories back, bitches. Winchester theories on the fucking table. So for the time being, I didn't touch that switch. Somebody's gonna come behind her and kill her. And as I readied my gun again, I slowly went down the stairs. The ceiling was very high, so it didn't feel cramped. On the contrary, it felt as though a cool breeze was blowing upwards. And that creepiness seemed to form a sort of aura. Like a rain dance, right? As I readied my gun and carefully stared forwards, I descended the stairs. The walls, the stairs, the lights, all of them were very old-fashioned. It was easy to suspect that this had been built back when the mansion had been constructed on this island. These cracks in the ceiling and the water clung to the walls, constantly dripping down. The water fell into a gutter that had been set up alongside the stairs and then quickly and silently flowed into the underground darkness, as though it was telling me to go faster. The staircase kept turning back on itself. Hold up, I gotta reread this a little bit. I got a little distracted in my head. I kept thinking about Umineko. Winchester theory is so correct, it's insane. Winchester theory, for those who are unaware, is my theory that the Ushirimiya mansion has lots of secret rooms and shit. Like the Winchester mansion. Silently flowed into the underground darkness. The staircase turned back on itself. I don't know how far down I've gone, but I think it's much deeper than one floor. Eventually, a rough metal door showed itself. There, characters had been written in a dark red paint. They had probably been written a long time ago. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. Notice how it's in red. Is it always in red? No, but it's written in red this time. Like, literally in red it is written. My heart, which was about to explode, jumped about even more as I recognized those deep red characters. There's no mistake. This is the last stop. Father's Golden Land. I calmed my throbbing heart, somehow regained my composure, and readied my gun again. But since in the end I couldn't open the door with my gun held in both hands, I lowered the gun carefully, hid my breathing, and opened the door. This place is... My first impression when I saw the room was that it might be linked to the one of the rooms in the mansion. That's right, it had exactly the same atmosphere about it as the sealed VIP room on the second floor. But this was underground, so there were no windows. There was only the solemn light of a grand chandelier. But even though it was dimly lit by the faint light, the quality of the interior was more than enough to take your breath away. Oh, there's the gold! But what's going on? A bed with a canopy and a rocking chair that looked like it would be comfortable to sit in, an extravagant sofa and carpet. The room was like a dream every girl yearns for at least once. And yet, since it was an underground hidden room with no windows, it felt more like the hidden house of a witch. I never swallowed the legend of Beatrice, Witch of the Forest. However, after being shown this room, It certainly became hard to doubt that she actually had existed and had lived in this room. How about we look over there? Like right here. Is someone there? Even though I was completely shocked by this room, I carefully, no timidly, searched the interior with my gun raised. And at the back of the room, I found it. Eek! My gasp came out strangely, like a bunny being choked. After all, after finding something like this, no one would be able to stop that kind of stupid voice from leaking out. It's here. It's really here. Father's gold! On the opposite side of the canopy bed, it was piled up in a massive heap. It was a mountain of gold ingots. Of course, they weren't piled carelessly in a way that would damage the dignity of this room. A beautiful scarlet satin weave is laid on the mountain of gold, creating a beautiful three-colored mix between the red, the gold, and the black of the complete darkness. It was as though when the witch slept on this bed, the gold would be a respectful chamberlain waiting for her, nobly, refinedly, gracefully, beautifully. It was attentively piled there with an imposing air. When I tried to grab a single gold ingot, I was surprised at its weight. It was probably about 10 kilograms. Just this ingot would be worth more than 10 million. The Yoshirimiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was lightly imprinted on it. It was hard to tell whether it had worn away, or whether the impression had been made carelessly in the first place. But it was certainly the crest of the one-winged eagle. There's something going on right now. Maybe she fell asleep. Just how many ingots were piled up there? By doing a quick count here and there, judging by the height, there had been a few hundred at least. My mind's already gone blank, though I can't do the math well. Even a moderate guess would put it above several billion yen. That's right, of course. After all, there's 10 tons of gold, right? At the current value, that's more than 20 billion yen of gold. I found it before anyone else. I found it. In front of the mountain of gold, I spread my arms and looked at the ceiling. A laugh without a trace of dignity flowed throughout my entire body. I had no intention of laughing in a weird way, but I couldn't hold back the happy feeling that was flowing through me. My older brother probably wouldn't accept his loss just because I found this gold. But from now on, there would be no changing the fact that I had been the one to find it. To steal away the headship of the family, some more subtle bargaining would probably still be required. But after everything I've gone through until now, that's a completely trivial problem. Even if I lose out on the Yoshirimiya family headship, I already have 20 billion yen worth of gold. At times, I've thought that money is such a worthless thing. I thought there were so many things in this world you can't buy with money. But now that I see it's just a lot, just a lie. Just an excuse to have the have-nots make for themselves. In front of this mountain of gold, I finally realized something so obvious. By using this money, I can give birth to all the happiness in the world. With this money, my husband's company is already saved. We will always be happy as a family, and I can leave a vast sum of money to George. The rest of the relatives will eventually be ruined and disappear. At that time, George will use this gold, and just like grandfather did, he will revive the Yoshirimiya family's lost honor. George is the true successor to the Yoshirimiya family. It happened. My wish was granted. That dream I wished for ever since I was born into this world as a Yoshirimiya Eva has been granted completely at this very moment. Thank you. My husband and I will be happy for all eternity. And I can also give my only son, George, eternal happiness. There's no way I'll waste it on foolish pleasures. My older brother has chewed the Yoshirimiya family to bits. George and I will revive it. And that means I will have succeeded the Yoshirimiya family headship. I was successful. I did it. Honey and George, I, your mother, have finally succeeded. No one will be able to threaten us now. That's right. After this, never again will we be smothered by sad nights. Congratulations, me. Congratulations, Yoshirimiya Eva. Right here, right now, the sad half of our life will have its heart's desire granted. It's all thanks to you. I was given this chance because of your magic. Because of that chance, I was able to make it here. Thank you. But my magic wouldn't have been granted if we both didn't believe in each other. So, it isn't just the power of my magic. This is our victory. Because of that, congratulations. Us. Thank you, me. Thank you, Shirimiya Eva. I'm glad I didn't give in before now. I'm glad that I didn't drown in sorrow and forget to keep struggling. No, this is my magic. Our magic. Your magic was the real thing. Beatrice. The Witch of the Forest is nothing more than an illusion. You are the real witch, a wielder of magic. That's right. Right now, you are the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Alright, when's shit gonna go wrong? Is that it? I need a good place to stop. Like, I'm looking for a place to stop right now, so. Ava decided to leave for the time being. When she climbed up the stairs again, trying to leave this secret place, she saw a creepy, swaying human shadow blocking her path, and her dreamlike state was blown away. Who is it? For an instant, she believed that the true master of this room, the real Beatrice, had appeared. It seemed that no other person was holding, but it seemed that the other person was also holding a gun. The two of them were pointing guns at each other, and eventually they realized who the other was. Rosa? Nason, what are you doing in a place like this? This chapter will go on for an hour, maybe. You know what? I think this is a good place to stop. It's 1 a.m. I'm not sure if I'm going to be on tomorrow. Maybe, we'll see. But if I am, it'll be a little earlier, so. Whatever. But, like, holy shit, this is a good place to stop. I got so many questions. And obviously we have this concentration. I had a good time. I think navigating this menu is a little weird. Bye, Unk. I am Unk status as fuck, though. Alright, see you guys. I'll maybe be back tomorrow. We'll see.